Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Devil May Cry block. This will be the final block of 2022. Feels like a good way to end it. We started with Portal 2, and we're going to end with Devil May Cry 5, so this should be fun. I should probably mention that I've actually played and beaten all 5 of the games we're going to be playing through before, so all of this is going to be going under a different category of a lot of the games we've been playing recently. Before we move forward, as usual, as always, I do want to go ahead and say shoutouts and thank you. People who made this run happen, which include, but are not limited to Zara, The Onyx Path, Kai Snow, Kira White Noise, Doom Rider, Dame Celeste, Mike12192, Il Luculino, Dream Whisperer, Fuzzy Duck, Arik Verindia, Colgrim, Eric Neo, Dennis Kahn, Seraphim Altaniel, Wilson, Fallout Man, Goon Kid, Jonathan Freeloader, Beansy, Takari Elise, Chucky Sleaze, Terwax1, the Blackout 00, and then the person who actually put this on the block, which is Dakota, technically, since that was actually a different thing, but it still counts, and our 2 majority shareholders, which are Delbach and Alex Korbianiki. Thank you, all of you, very, very much. Yes, this will be the second time I've played Devil May Cry 2. Anyways, most of you know the story. They were making Resident Evil 4. They tried several ideas. Several of those ideas led to other games. One of those is Devil May Cry 1. Thank you, Command & Conquer 2. I'll put that towards the game of your choice, whatever that may be. Now, the funny thing about that particular story, though, is the reason I'm going over it so briefly is I've already covered it. I covered it when we covered Resident Evil 4, not too all that long ago. AC Valhalla, you got it, Commander Conquer. Thank you. So, I don't have much additional to add to that, but I do have a couple other little factoids I wanted to throw at you really quick here. First of all, Kamiya has always been a dick. Let's just get that out there. It's part of his shtick. Whether he's actually that way or if he's pretending to be that way, he's been that way since a very long time ago. Since literally the 90s. So, before anybody brings up anything about that, I just want to get that out there right up front. I'm going to go ahead and admit I have almost no respect for the man whatsoever, but let's go ahead and talk about the game in question. So, what's really funny about this is Devil May Cry 1 wasn't really intended to be, let's call it a mainstream game, which it has developed into, being arguably one of the most successful of this particular genre of game. And you're probably wondering, what genre? Well, a lot of people have different words for it. Some people like to call it the spectacle fighters. Some people like to call it hack and slash, which is one of the worst genres names that exist. The second worst genre out there. And you'll never hear me use that terminology ever. Some people also call it stylish games. So that's cool. I disagree with all of those. This is a beat 'em up. This is a beat 'em up in the exact same way that God of War and Yakuza are. Now, there are obviously some variances there, but that's how a genre works. So, we're going to be categorizing this as a beat 'em up. And what's funny is if you pay attention, there are at least 3 actual specific beat 'em up franchises, that have exploded in popularity. Devil May Cry, God of War, and Yakuza. I just find that amusing because if you go back in time historically, you'll notice that beat-em-up games have always sold quite well. There's a reason Double Dragon was as well renowned as it was back in the NES era, to use a direct example. There's a reason the River City Ransom series is still going today. There's a new entry coming out next year for that franchise. But anyways, Spectacle Fighter comes from Yahtzee Croshaw. From The Escapist. I had to think about that for a second. Anyways, so I wanted to toss you something, though. Devil May Cry 1 wasn't intended to be the smash success it was. They were like, all right, we've got our big seller. It's Resident Evil. And they were really throwing resources and personnel at the Resident Evil series. Again, I talked about this during Resident Evil 4, but all you need to know is that this is one of the reasons why so many studios and developers within Capcom's envelope were all trying to do something with regards to Resident Evil. And then they came up with this idea. Now, what's funny is, first of all, we'll talk a little bit of some of the specifics as we go, but most of it's just little anecdotes or trivia. It doesn't really matter. But it was originally going to be this detective game following this dude and blah, 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 blah. But they kept trying to add this action-y element to Resident Evil, and it kept failing. Now, this is interesting, because I'm not sure a modern AAA developer would have this same reaction. They looked at it and said, this is cool, but it's not what we're going for. The tone is wrong, the feel is wrong, the vibe is wrong. This is doubly funny if you consider that Resident Evil 4 was arguably already shifting into a completely different tone from the previous Resident Evil games. But no, everyone agreed in the office, this just isn't it. But it's cool. All right, why don't we go ahead and make it its own little thing? We'll throw a little bit of funding, we'll throw a little project, throw this Kamiya guy on it, throw a couple other people on it, and let's go ahead and see what we can make of this. What I'm trying to get across here is, like so many other big blockbuster franchises, not a lot of resources or funding or expectation were placed upon the game, with one big exception, and that exception is Larian. Thank you very much for that sub. I will jot that down for Horizon Forbidden West. Again, thank you. And the one big exception... We're not actually going to talk about it at length, because it's not actually relevant yet. But pretty far into the development of this game, a few people from Capcom's upper echelons, the actual executives, came down, looked into the situation, and were like, dude, this game's great. And they greenlit a sequel. Now, in case you missed that, let me try to say that more clearly. Before DMC1 was finished or out, they greenlit and started production on Devil May Cry 2. Again, this is going to be more relevant when we get to 2, but it's something to keep in mind. Anyways, so they were like, cool, and it came out, and it should really be mentioned. We need to take this into historical context here. Devil May Cry 1 came out alongside, just as a small list, Gran Turismo 3, Final Fantasy X, Jak and Daxter, Metal Gear Solid 2, Silent Hill 2. All of these were big blockbuster games, and the absolute console-moving juggernaut that is Grand Theft Auto 3. All of those games came out in the same year that this game came out. And this game still managed to push 2.16 million units. Now, if you've paid any kind of attention to sales figures, which is something that's been a recurring trend in my reviews, especially with Capcom, you'll know that that is gargantuan. 2 million is a huge amount of units moved. That's especially that's true in general. That's true for a brand new franchise. That's true for the time. That's true considering the competition they had. And that's true for the fact that they weren't even really supporting it all that much. That is a massive, massive amount of sales. And it's one of the reasons why the franchise has been able to endure, despite the fact that it has twice stumbled so hard that they almost pulled the plug on the franchise. But I'll get to those things later. Oh, by the way, just for a little bit of comparison figures, this game sold 2.16 million, which is huge. The reason I called GTA 3 a juggernaut is because GTA 3 sold 14 million. Which, at that point, I've run out of adjectives to describe how big that is. As I said back during the GTA lore run, GTA 3 was off the chart, more or less literally. But anyways, with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump in here, shall we? There we go. We might have a couple of issues, or we might not, who knows? Before we get started, as usual, we have the guessing game where you can guess what the golden number is. Everybody knows this game's going to score badly. And, yeah, exactly, yeah, this. 14 million. And everyone thinks this one's going to score well. I don't think this one is going to score as well as people think. Devil May Cry 1 is going to almost assuredly get the first game tag. There's so many things, and I'll try to point some of these details and variances as we go through. There's so much of this game that was quite literally thrown together. Some of the models and enemy designs are literally just recycled from other ideas in other games. And as I already mentioned, it didn't really have a lot of support, and there's all kind of things, and blah, 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 blah. So, without further ado, Devil May Cry 1. you're gonna capture that properly, right? No, of course you're not. Hang on, hang on. It decided to be stupid.
Let's rock, baby.
Hang on, let me take a drink, Rex. So, I suppose I should say that at the beginning. Here, I'll put it in the highlight reel. Give me a second. So, let's go ahead and put this in the highlight reel and explain something. Let's get out of a screen so it doesn't do that. So, we are not playing DMC DMC. DMC DMC sucks. I have vetoed DMC DMC. I refuse to play it because it's a wonderful combination of unpleasant, awkward, and cringe. There's always a value in reviewing bad games, but DMC DMC is simply vulgar. No thank you. Also, as an aside, it would actually be against the terms of service for Twitch to stream it, and I'm small enough that I probably couldn't get away with that, so...
Two millenniums ago, there was a war between the human world and the other, the underworld. But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice and stood up against this legion alone. His name was Sparta. Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend. The legendary Dark Knight, Sparta.
And you're going to hear that name a lot over the next couple of weeks.
Devil May Cry. Sorry, we closed at 9.
Then why'd you pick up the phone?
Again, no password. I can't seem to get any real business. Whoa, slow down, babe. Well, well, what do we have here? Nature calls? It's in the back.
So, you must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job. Am I correct?
Almost. I only take special jobs, if you know what I mean.
You're the man who lost a mother and a brother to evil 20 years ago. The son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, Mr. Dante.
Well, the way I figure it, in this business a lot of your kind comes around. And if I kill each one that comes, eventually I should hit the jackpot sooner or later.
In that case, you should be used to this sort of thing.
Are you really the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta? Didn't your daddy teach you how to use a sword?
Sword. Time to go to work, guys. Even as a child, I had powers. There's demonic blood in me.
What strength?
You were the first one to know about my vengeance. Looks like I'm getting closer.
It seems that way, but I'm not your enemy. My name is Trish. I came here to seek your help, to put an end to the underworld.
What?
Sorry. Very serious time.
Of the underworld resurrected. Yes. His powers were sealed by Sparta. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again. He has been preparing to open the gate on Malay Island.
No! Horse neighs in the background. So welcome to Totally Not Resident Evil Castle. God, that skybox is terrible. Oh god, look at it. Look at it.
Let's go.
Oh. Alright. Yeah, nope, that's our menu. Our terrible, terrible menu. God! Oh, wow! Okay. So let's jot down a few things. I can think this is a PlayStation 2 game, Ross. And it shows. I want to give A+ to intro, probably just 1+ because it is still ridiculous and it still has bad dialogue. But I mean, come on. The intro starts off with our main character being like, "I'm gonna get you," and then she's like, "Oh yeah," and then she impales him with a sword, electrocutes him, and then throws a motorcycle at him. To which he just shoots the motorcycle back at her, and then gets up, sword still in him, which is actually kind of an important point. Completely nonplussed by it. Now, obviously, this is all silly schlock, and that's kind of how that's supposed to work. But at the same time, I do have to point out that it does get across something very important. In a lot of video games, people can just kind of take damage and be fine. In most video games, actually. See the ever-lovely Resident Evil 8 for a particularly ridiculous example of that. But by actually establishing in lore that Dante has the ability to just kind of be like, "Nah," and shrug it off without even having a hole in his chest for his trouble, it kind of helps to establish that we are playing someone who is superhuman and can do this kind of stuff. Even if he didn't have the terrible dialogue, this is something that is now established and will actually be relevant for most of the upcoming games, most especially for 3 and 5. But anyways. I should do this. But yes, this is early PS2. In fact, this game came out the same year as Final Fantasy X, as I mentioned earlier. In fact, if you want to compare the graphics of this game directly, Grand Theft Auto 3, Final Fantasy X, Jak and Daxter, Metal Gear Solid 2, Silent Hill 2, and Gran Turismo 3. There's your list. Same year. Now, there's something I do want to jot down here. Let me think how I want to do this. We are absolutely going to jot down that negative for audio balancing because what the crap. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a problem in the whole game, and before you ask, there are no options to fix that. That was Dante in 2. Okay. As I am fond of saying every now and again, I have the wonderful distinction of having actually played Devil May Cry 2 and not simply going off of memes or cultural osmosis for my opinions. No offense, it's just I do the same thing. Every now and again we kind of repeat opinions we've heard without having actually interacted with the work ourselves, right? It's just, it's memes, it's concept, it's cultural osmosis, like I said. But I've actually played Devil May Cry 2. In fact, I have beaten Devil May Cry 2. So please believe me when I say, that game sucks. It is astonishing that game is as playable as it is. Like, they're so bad it's good. I think there's Devil May Cry 2. Anyways. Let's see. think that's actually all for right now. Let's go ahead. So, funny thing. So, you can really tell the Resident Evil roots by this screen right here. Now, obviously, the camera's doing this interesting stuff, but if you've played a Resident Evil game, you already know what I'm talking about. You already know what I mean. So, the original design of this game, back when it was still a detective adventure thing, was this... Picture just this shot right here, and if you move up... I have absolutely no idea, Dark. Not a clue. And you were able to actually, like, move up and down, but the camera stays. But they were like, hang on. We're moving forward onto the PS2. We can actually have dynamic cameras, like, and that's what they called it. The idea was this. I know this sounds so shocking from the perspective of 2022, but the idea of having a camera that, based on your position in the level, in the mesh of the world, the camera's angle would actually change. Now, what's really, really funny is if you've ever seen certain speedrunners or testers of this game, you'll know that if you go particularly fast, the camera actually starts to get a little bit weird because, again, the camera's position is entirely dependent on your position, but not directly. To explain what I mean by that, in more modern games, you'd have a camera that is specifically following Dante, and it would just kind of track him as it's moving around. Which it might actually be doing for this HD collection, because that looks kind of strange there. But that's what it would do. But when they were originally designing this game, I don't know if this is true in this version or not, all that stuff was manually tracked. So it's actually, they would decide, okay, if you're here, you're here, and if you're here, you're here, and it would kind of dynamically decide based on your distance throughout the course of the level. It's this whole thing. It's kind of cool, actually. And would eventually lead to the camera just being able to look at you. So hang on, I gotta figure out what my buttons are. So this is jump. That's swing. That's gonna be interesting. Do I shoot? Just shoot. Okay. Lol. Don Crow. So yeah, welcome to Totally Not Resident Evil Castle. This game is probably not going to get a positive for Brickwork. It may get a negative for Brickwork. The thing I like... So if we can talk about that for a moment. The thing I actually enjoy about a static camera, or even a dynamic camera like the ones we're seeing here, is that it allows the cinematic director to decide and design scenes. Even if it's more of a gameplay function, it allows them to say, I want this level, this section, this boss, this encounter to look a certain way. It adds a bit more manual craft to the thing. Obviously, that takes more time and more effort, but it is something you can do, as opposed to essentially just making a program which is what a more modern games tend to do, and just have the program say, look at this character, and then stay roughly this distant away, and then it's got other little scripts going all the time that's telling it to not intersect with collision or to try and move around enemies or all sorts of fun stuff like that. And yeah, actually, thank you, Hazardous. Great example. The Uncharted series is a fantastic example of that kind of manually crafted camera specifically for a degree of cinematic experience. I hate to use the word cinematic because a lot of people misuse that, but you know what I mean. I don't mean that movies are art and games aren't. That's stupid. Yeah. Now, there is one problem with this camera, and, well, you've already seen it happen. Oh, jeez. There's a couple of places where I'm probably going to get a little turned around and lost because everything is brown, and the camera likes to just go periodically. Oh, and each time you do, the controls get a little wonky for just a second. So, please forgive me as I suck. It is, as always, my job to be your sucking monkey. Wait, don't quote that out of context. So we've already encountered... So let's talk about that. We're actually in the intro here. Level 1, obviously. So, we've got two things we've been established very, very quickly. Brown orbs, red orbs. Okay. Now, I'm just going to sit on that for a moment, but I just want you to think about how the game has been introducing us to concepts. which is always something I'm very big on when it comes to game design. Actually, yeah, I agree with that. FF10 did a good job with that, weirdly enough. Whereas FF12 actually had camera control. Which is, of course, the other... That's the third option. So you've got the static manually crafted cameras, and then you've got the programmed cameras. You can also give the player camera control. And there's some gradient between these. So we'll hit this with that button. The Watcher of Time. Those who desire to acquire the ancient ways of war shall offer the blood of monsters in exchange. It's not responding. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I should probably show that off too. So 2 things I want to show off really quick here. So there's our jump, but... Okay, this is actually hard to... I did it so perfectly my first time. Without even meaning to. There we go. So the game does something where it anticipates... It does a little bit of hang time. And it does a little bit of wall jumping. And those 2 things coincide beautifully to make it so that the platforming isn't as terrible as it honestly probably should be. Not that the platforming is great in this game, but trust me when I say 3D platforming can get a whole lot worse than this. So that's a little nice little touch that helps with that. But the other interesting thing is, while I can clearly fall down there, I forget what this is actually called in programming design, but it's when your feet are glued to the ground unless something intersects you. So unless you jump, or unless you get hit by a knockback, or unless you do like a dodge roll or whatever, your feet are absolutely glued to the ground and you cannot go down, even though this is obviously a navigatable space, right? Oof. Now let's talk about the difficulty of this game and nothing else. Alright, so... Thank you, Noctis Exel. I will... I don't know what I'm going to put that sub towards, but if you want to put that sub towards something, please let me know. Thank you. I don't know what just happened. So apparently this is one of those games that freezes when you alt-tab, which is one of my least favorite things in streaming. Oh, hey, hang on. This is it. We can change nothing whatsoever. Okay, cool. No, literally no audio settings. This is just the audio that we've got. God, I love it. I did it perfectly. And I can't do it because I'm terrible. Alright, so... Oh yeah, you can also make the HUD pop up by aiming. While we're at it. So... I'm gonna say something weird. I actually kind of like this initial room. In most games, even more modern games, they wouldn't do something like this. This room, this exact room we're in, is in service of telling you what game you're playing and tutorializing you on how to play it. Now, I know what you're saying, but there's no combat here. Exactly. This room, at the moment, exists for the purposes of allowing you to figure out how to move, how to control, what to get, and this is also important, one of the styles of the game, which is finding stuff, right? Going around, getting these little side things. And going back to that manually crafted camera thing, in many cases the camera will give you some kind of an indication or just outright show you something that you can go grab. So it's more good game design. I'm weirded out by the good game design on display here. Who would have thought there'd be good game design in a Devil May Cry game? Wait, people can like pizza? Is that allowed, Don Crow? It's true, it also helps you get used to this camera jumping, like that one right there, which caught me if you were paying attention. So the thing is, it's kind of hard to showcase this properly, but the way it works is you do the shift, and if you don't move the camera at all, or not the camera, sorry, the movement at all, you keep going in the direction you were. But the moment you kind of do something, it gets wonky. Like the moment you start to move, it readjusts and says, oh, you're here now. So that's the trick. And I only mention that because in several cases, it's easier than you'd think to go one extra degree to the left or right and get screwed up. So that's why I'm going to be doing that regularly. Oh, hey, it's Mundus. Clearly angelic. Of course, Mundus would be a massive angelic creature. But anyways, favorite kind of pizza. Rib. Rib meat. Give me rib pizza. It's something I haven't had in years because nobody carries it. So. So we need 45 red orbs to open the door. So, I actually thought I had them all. I missed literally one. Go figure. No barbecue sauce, just rib meat. Ribs! I love how you say finally getting to it when I pushed it forwards like 2 months, Rex. So, something that's going to take me some getting used to, I'll be honest, is the fact that I cannot change direction while in mid-combo. So this is me holding left the entire time here. And as I continue to attack, I'm still holding left. It will not let me do it. I'm going to have to actually stop attacking in order to readdress my direction. So that's gonna take some work to get used to. So I apologize for the suckitude. Unless you're a dick, in which case, screw you. Alright, so. So, yeah. You'll notice how we're still getting tutorialized if you're paying attention. Obviously, we have the knights. They look different. They look weird. We hit them. We get a blue orb. Cool. Here we have a room which actually had some doodads in it, barely. And shunk shunk, we get red orbs. Still, the game is telling us this is what you're in for. This is how you should play the game. And of course, we want as many red orbs as possible because we want to level. This game, as with God of War and Yakuza, I guess, actually has RPG mechanics, leveling mechanics. Oh my god. So, I mentioned the camera thing. There we go. Okay, we're okay. We figured out how to go up the staircase. Now, hang on. Let me pause for just a second. So one of the things that has been posited about this game is the idea that they deliberately made this place devoid of people in order to try and add to the atmosphere. Now, that may or may not be relevant, because the reason that exists is purely for out-of-character reasons, purely for real-life reasons. They did that because this was an early game with early project, and the idea of doing corpses or signs of life or NPCs or whatever, all of that was completely off the table. None of that was in anybody's mind. The reason that's going to be relevant is that, for whatever reason, became a thing in the Devil May Cry series. So in future games, it's going to get a little bit more weird when we go through a city that is, for all intents and purposes, completely devoid of life, because that's the shtick. But anyways. I'm sorry it pauses the music every time I think. There is actual music in this game, I swear. There's something other than the atmospheric boing, boing. We'll get there. We'll get there. So, one of the things I want to talk about, whoops, is the wrong button. I'm going to get a save in while we're here. Why not? You can just save anywhere now. That's interesting. That's got to be something unique to the HD version. So, this is probably one of the better examples of the camera thing that I was just talking about. Now, this is purely a gameplay thing, not a story thing. But look at the presentation of this scene. Camera's pointing very deliberately up. The majority of the space is up above where we can interact with. And there's a frickin' red orb up there, which by this point we already know that we need, because we had to get 45 orbs to go through the first door. So we know what these are, and you get the idea. This sounds so basic, but I just want to, once again, mention that all of this is about trying to get the player in how to play the game without a tutorial, without a guidebook, without a walkthrough, without a manual, without even being able to speak the language of the game in question. And that is something that needs to be mentioned and applauded, which is why I'm mentioning it and applauding it. Oh yeah, we can also do that. I actually forgot about that. We have a little bit of a slow fall. Yeah, this stupid game from 2001 does this right here better than a lot of games that I could mention. Also, this is technically our indication of how to do wall jumping, which I mentioned earlier, but... You notice the camera focus only happens the once, lasts almost just barely over a second, and then doesn't repeat every time afterwards. I can think of a dozen games that would be like, hey, and if you go again, it would be like, hey, up there, up there. Anyways, at the moment, I have already given a plus and a negative for the camera. We'll see how that ends up. Oh no, it's music. For a preview of Devil May Cry 2. And that's Devil May Cry 2. Weird having so little to do other than just swing and shoot. We'll get there. We'll get there. Wait, there's melee combat in 2? Really? Wow, that's news to me. There are 3 openings to insert something. Sorry, I was making fun. So, we'll talk about it when we get to 2, but... that really is the combat of 2, right there. Like, that's the combat. Enjoy. Hey! Nope. Okay. Marionettes are low-class evil spirits that borrow the bodies of puppets to exist in a physical state. Hazardous. There's also the Bloody Mary. The red outfit is dyed with human blood, which somehow increases their evil powers. Now, I don't want to get into this, because this won't actually really come up until, honestly, I think 5. But, in the Devil May Cry franchise, for whatever reason, blood is, like, super... It's the source of power and magic and all sorts of other dumb stuff. So, there's going to be a whole lot of focus on blood. Human blood, demon blood, blood. All kinds of blood. And yeah, 5 is what really codifies this, but it's kind of a background recurring element in the whole franchise, as you can see right here Because not only is one of the first enemies we ever fight empowered by blood, but we use blood as a currency to empower ourselves. Thank you, NG plus RNG. I will jot that down for the triangle strategy. Thank you very, very much. Oh, by the way, if you are hoping that I wasn't going to be discussing the lore of this, then you don't know me very well. I would actually agree with that. Ranged weapons are junk in, honestly, all of them except for 2 and 5, really. That's what the guns are for in this game, by the way. Right there. If you were wondering. Another shot of it if you missed it. Why would you not wonder? Why do guns exist? That's a fundamental question here. These camera angles. Thankfully, Krenzler isn't here because that would just... I don't know if I could deal with that. So, this is a vendor. You can buy all kinds of stuff here, as you can see. The big ones being, of course, the power... So, straight out of Castlevania, this is a screen nuke. Very useful in speedruns. That makes you invincible for a bit, which also puts you into Devil Trigger state. We haven't even acknowledged that yet. Blue orbs, of course, increase your health. Purple orbs increase your Devil Trigger gauge. Yellow orbs are 1-ups. We have junk all for orbs, so we can't do anything with any of that. But, you know, it's nice to know that we have access to stuff to buy. Now, I will admit, I know this is going to shock you, but I have done my research and looked into the lore of this series more than a few times. I find it a little disappointing, and at least part of that is because of the fact that the game has some interesting elements to its lore, but an astonishingly small amount of what I tend to enjoy the most. World building. There's very, very little world building in the Devil May Cry series. Because there's the dynamic of the demons, and there's the nature of how blood works. I already mentioned that. There's some power stuff, there's some character stuff, and it usually tends to focus surprisingly well on characters. 3 and 5 are the obvious examples of there, but really, all the Devil May Cry games focus on character. But the rest of the world, and this is just my opinion, has always, even up to and including 5, has always felt over there, right? Like off camera, where none of this matters. The only Devil May Cry game to ever even try to establish that there's a world outside of the game world is 4. And 4 has its own issues we'll get to when we get there. Now, I did get the comment, Krenzler. And I am putting that towards Tales of Berseria / Zestiria. And thank you very, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You didn't say don't bow, so it sucks to be you. All right, now. I should mention that while I am aware of the anime, I've never watched it, and honestly probably never will. But yeah, this. I mean, we just got up. We just shot a motorcycle at a woman, and then got up and pulled the sword out that was impaled in our chest. Yeah, no, we're fine. Anyways, what the hell am I doing? What did I just do? I got that. I got that. I haven't done that yet, I think. I'm also going to get lost in probably all of these games several times. Except maybe 5. 5 was actually pretty well designed in terms of its level layout. I should also probably mention I haven't played one in... When did 3 come out? So I haven't played Devil May Cry 1 since 2005. No, I saw you mention that earlier, Hazardous, and we're definitely going to have a little bit of that in this game. And probably the next game. The next game looks even more generic, so it's even easier to get lost in, because it's all just destroyed city. The whole damn game. I should probably mention, I don't actually remember if the first game does this. I think it does. But the later games do a system where they actually reward you for being cool by making you do more damage for doing something like that, for example, than just swinging normally. Some of the games directly tie that into your current combo meter, which you see at the top of the screen there. Some of them just tie it into specific actions, like the juggle. Because the guns do almost no damage. Unless you're juggling them, in which case the guns do substantially more damage. Little stuff like that. Style meter, that's what that's called. God, wake up, Lord. What game popularized juggling? Double Dragon! I'm joking, it was probably one of the original Street Fighters. Still. Okay, so I don't have the thing for this. I have a freaking key, I don't remember where the key goes. Alright, so... It's too heavy to lift even with my strength. How heavy is that? Can't go up there because I haven't activated that shortcut yet. Yeah, that chain is just... Whew, talk about thick. Yeah, speaking of which, if you're wondering why we have to get an X to activate a Y to put in the triangle puzzle upside down and then sing Beethoven's Fifth backwards, it's because this was a Resident Evil game. I know we've talked about that a lot, and we will continue to point it out, but there's a lot of Resident Evil in the bones of this game. Specifically in 1. They kind of start doing their own thing as of 3. Let's get more of you, actually. Wrong way. Don't mind me. Yeah, Puzzle Co. continues its reign of terror. No, we can't get that except from the other side, and there's nothing over here. Actually, yeah, Crazy Horse. I think Dante looks cool in this game? No. Although, I don't think Dante looked cool until 4, personally, but that's just me. Okay, so there's got to be a door somewhere that I can open with this key that I've just missed. And by door, of course, it's probably not a door. Yep, the Castellans worshipped Mundus because they were stupid. Yeah, I'm not saying he looks bad, but cool? Now you know who doesn't look cool. Jackass. Also from Devil May Cry 4. Hey, there it is. Yeah, he looks... Everyone looks legit in 5. Everyone looks legit in 5. Hell, they made Lady look cool in 5. That's impressive. It's an engine for repairing a biplane, which would naturally be in this place. Because why wouldn't it? So, once again, talking about basic level design, you'll notice there were some things which we know we can break immediately in front of something that they wanted us to slash multiple times. Simply by breaking the things, we're likely to smash it, therefore start lighting it up, therefore indicating we should keep smashing it. Here's the first of our arenas. We're going to be seeing a lot of these. One big advantage of the guns in the first game, I can say this right now, we can move while shooting. One big disadvantage of the guns, they require you to hold down R1 while shooting. You can't just tap this button to shoot for some reason. You have to hold down the lock-on. Now, I get why, but it does mean it's a little bit of extra hand strain in order to do that, which is going to be my biggest opponent in Devil May Cry 2, other than the script and the voice actors, obviously. I mean, honestly, the voice acting is probably the worst in 1, if we're just being honest with ourselves about things. But 2 isn't exactly soaring in the voice acting department. What doesn't suck about 2? There's a chance we will not give 2 any positives. At all. That's not a joke. Now, if that doesn't sound terrible, please remember that there are video games which suck, which still have, like, one thing that's good about them. Music is a common thing. Graphics sometimes comes up. It reminds me of a wonderful joke by Matt McMuscles. Now, here's some guy who's a guitarist to play the iconic song from Devil May Cry 2! And the guy starts getting his guitar and is like, wait, what song from Devil May Cry 2? You know, the iconic song from the play. Just play one of the songs. And the guy can't think of any. Because there are none. But I swear we'll talk about something other than bashing Devil May Cry 2 this run. I'm not sure what or when, but it'll probably happen. You know me, Mr. Ed. I never like to decide if something's a lamentation until we're there. Even have something I've played before. So that right there... I don't want to make my point even more than I already have. But there's a lot of... The reason I call these beat-em-ups is because they are, but one of the many reasons why is because of stuff like that. You ever played a side-scroller beat-em-up? Double Dragon, River City Ransom, Final Fight, Streets of Rage. What happens? A couple enemies show up, punch, 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 punch. You kill them all, and then you can progress. Sound familiar? Yeah, this is our screen scrolls, exactly. The presentation is obviously different and has developed past your typical side-scroller beat 'em up, which is why I add that modifier. But it's still a beat 'em up. Yeah, go, go, go. There's usually like a finger doing this, you know? And again, none of that's a negative. I love beat 'em up games. I had a whole massive discussion about the nature of beat 'em up during the God of War run. And the thing that weirded me out is how many comments I got from people saying, I had no idea you liked beat 'em up games. And I'm like, why? Beat 'em up games rock! But I'm getting off topic. Dude, Yakuza sang to me. And God of War 3 is still one of our better scoring games ever. We gotta do the whole mission again, sorry. I am super duper looking forward to Shredder's Revenge, yeah. So, this was actually a change in mid-development. Originally, the game just naturally segues from one location to the next, which is one of the reasons why almost every stage starts where the previous stage ended. You also notice we get a chance to hit the vendor in between missions. The specific decision was made, according to some interviews, I know, for us, to add this mission thing for two big reasons. One was to kind of lean into that score system, which I'll talk about in just a second, and the other was to allow this, for players to have a chance to recoup in between missions, rather than having to keep going. The Bouncer. I have played The Bouncer. Did a video on it and everything. Anyways, so, what the hell was I talking about? Ah, right. The other reason. So, nobody cares about your score in a video game, right? Extremely wrong. People have cared about that for a long time. The thing is, nowadays, most gamers from a modern perspective usually look at score as something useless and pointless because it usually is. The catch, the definition, is make that score something you have to earn or work for or make it relevant. Make it part of the game rather than something that's just kind of ticked on at the end of it, right? How many of you have ever tried to S-rank a Sonic stage? Or how many of you have tried to 100% a Shovel Knight stage? Or how many of you have tried to triple S rank a Devil May Cry stage, just to bring it to the game we're talking about right now? So when they did this mission-specific thing, this was the other main mentality. They wanted to be able to rank you in order to give players encouragement to not only play, but to replay, and to keep players engaged. And if I might be so bold, I think that's at least part of why it managed to catch people initially. I S-ranked a lot of stages in Sonic Unleashed, Pillars of Snow. Oh god. Anyways. Also notice it actually tells us our objective at the beginning of the mission, which, enjoy that, that's the only direction you're getting. Open the door! Now, I know this is going to shock a lot of you, but I'm going to be very offensively minded in this one. Until we get to 3. And those of you who know the series know why I'm going to be a little bit more defensive in 3. And then I'm going to fail at it and feel stupid for it. But I'm at least going to make the attempt, by golly, because it's so fun! And then I'm going to switch back to being boring. So, to continue going back to the, oh, Jesus. To go back to the beat-em-up thing, the way that the enemy AI works is almost copy-paste out of a beat-em-up. You've got grabs, like literally just happened. You've got the movement tech, and you've got what I like to call the deceptively easy AI. What I mean by that is the AI is just kind of slowly wandering towards you, right? That's not a threat. These aren't threatening. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Everything's fine. I'm going to be cool. Oh god, one of them actually broke out of the combo. Oh god, two of them broke out of the combo. Oh god, I'm surrounded. Oh god, I'm dead. And that's pretty much the beat 'em up mantra right there. Now, we have absolutely no defensive tools whatsoever. In fact, you keep seeing me jump away. It's because that is the best method I have currently in order to get out of combat quickly. Devil May Cry 3 is a game I have beaten on everything, including you, dies in one-hit mode. I will talk about that when we get there. No, I'm not streaming that. To my knowledge, we do not currently have a dodge roll. I believe we'll get one later. Oh, and you can get super stun locked on something like this right here. Yeah, what we have right now is a jump, a sword, and some guns. This little mover right there is the closest thing I have to actually doing something other than mashing Y. Which, I suppose I should explain that, because I just started doing it without even thinking about it. So this is just mashing Y right here. Mash, mash, mash. Pretty basic 1, 2, 3 combo. But if I hold down lock on and hold back while doing Y, I do that. There's also a... I forget how to do it. Hang on, it's like... Hang on. There it is! God. So sorry, so that's a hold back. Hang on. I need to actually know this. Whatever. I'll figure it out later. I did it accidentally. The point is directional inputs. That's the whole thing I'm going for, is directional inputs. You have the ability to hit attack or to hit a directional attack. And there will be more of those. Like a lot of those. See, now I gotta figure this out, because I've already done it accidentally twice. So it's not that. If you use the sword in the air, it's just a swing down like that. But you can slow fall with the guns. Which, if you think about how much that means those guns are propulsing, that's pretty impressive. Hey, look, it's a sword. There's a female in agony with a sword piercing her chest. Wait, I can hear a voice. I am Alastor. The weak shall give their heart and swear their loyalty to me. Okay. You died. So this looks really painful. Like, really painful. Also, physics. Alastor. Lightning speed and aerial capabilities, which they showed off by showing how he was able to swing it before the glass even hit the ground. New weapon. Same abilities, but that'll change. Oh yeah, you can infinite combo on this one. Sorry, let me show that off. The thing is, every single one of these is 2 different directional inputs. In fact, I just screwed it up there. So every 3 swings, you have to change which directional input you're doing. Still, you can infinitely combo. Since we can, why not? Okay, so we need to find War and Peace, swap out every 3rd letter. Why am I reading this? I'm sorry. There's a book written about the administration run by the successive Castellans. The later Castellans imposed ridiculous taxes and barbaric execution. Why am I reading this? So let me go ahead and admit something. Devil May Cry 1 and probably 2 and possibly 3 and maybe 4 will all get a negative that nobody in the universe is going to agree with. But I'm still going to give it. And then you're going to fight me kicking and screaming, and then there's going to be this cool moment where I'm like, yeah, dun, 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 and it's this badass music pops up. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit off topic. That negative is for the ambient soundtrack. I actively dislike the ambient music of several of the Devil May Cry games. I like the music of the Devil May Cry games, but the music that's playing, for example, right now... Remember, like devils depicted. A key is embedded. Should I take it? Yeah. Yeah, I think those are the 2 reasons I don't like it. You're right. First game in this franchise where the ambience was good. Possibly 5? Oh, I don't remember if 5 actually has ambience. Off the top of my head. Hello? Game? There we go. Hi, Kay. Of course it just froze. I alt-tabbed. I should update the HUD. Right now we're staring at that. And that. Alright, where am I? What am I doing? Just got a key. Get up there. I think that's it, because I don't think I can do this yet. I'm trying to remember how to do that. Oh yeah, you can taunt too. We're playing whatever the Steam version is, Dakota. It's the only version I still own. Excuse me, excuse me. many of those do I have? 3. So, this is obviously the store, but now we can buy abilities. And Stinger, anybody who's ever sped with this game knows what Stinger is, because Stinger is your lifeblood in speedrunning this game. Air hike is also kind of mandatory, I would say, and just how expensive that is. I swear I'll explain why Stinger's in Lifeblood later. I will. Just gotta be patient with me. Also, I'll probably get mocked for this, but to this day, the most fun character I've ever had playing is V. He's not the best, he's not the most complex, he's not the most interesting, but he's definitely the most fun. How would you know, Baron? Whoops. I know the speedrunning community swears by Nero because you can absolutely break his arms when speedrunning. You liking this brown, by the way? Like, I've seen worse brown games, but this game is very firmly in the brown era of gaming. Good God. I can make that jump. I can make that jump. Ah, yeah. So spoilers, there's multiple weapons in each of these games. It's a fun little game. What's your favorite in each game? I know my favorite in one. We won't get it for a while, though. I'll point it out when we get there. Sorry, just came right. Yep, okay. Let's make sure. Oh yeah, so you ever heard of the 2 screens rule? Devil May Cry hasn't. Devil May Cry has the 0 screen rule. There we go. You can also do this if you just get sick of them every now and again. I should probably mention enemies drop more orbs, which means more health, more items, more currency, and more experience if you kill them with a higher combo rating. That is to say, more style. Oh, I don't know, Darkdale. I'll have to think about it when we get there. Yes to both, actually, Hero. No, it isn't, Hero. There's one in the NES and there's one in the SNES. So like I say, yes to both. Staff of Judgment. But yeah, I'm being snarky, sorry, Hero. I have played it before. I'm not even sure if there's any differences between the two other than, you know, different consoles. Enemy number 2. Oh, these are all demons, obviously, because this is Japan. So everything's a demon in Japan. It's actually funny. It's called Devil May Cry, but it's all about demons for some reason. It's weird. And we're dead. Let's see if I can figure out. How to equip the shotgun. There's just something funny about doing this. I shouldn't do it too much because that'll happen, but you know. This is the shotgun. It's a shotgun. As a reminder, you can't rebind this game, but... and I think also 2, but I think you can rebind 3 and onwards. I know you can rebind in 5, because I already did that. On camera, even. Oh. I want to test something. I'm not sure how this save system works. We're just gonna see what happens here. Oh yeah, cutscenes are skippable, by the way. I was there for a while. I probably shouldn't have actually died. I was trying to make a point. God damn it, game. But... oh god, come on. There we go. So we just got the shotgun. Like, 2 screens ago. And now we face an enemy that's weak to the shotgun. Now, there are other ways to kill the scissors enemies, but... hate lava spiders. Ugh. Lava spiders are the worst. Mission complete. We suck. Yeah, how do you make spiders worse? Have you thought about adding lava to the situation? Why would you do that? Well, you know. From here on out, you'll be able to play easy mode. In this mode, you'll be able to perform and enjoy different moves with simplified controls. With just one button, you'll be able to perform many different sword actions depending on the situation. You'll also be able to fire without holding down right-click to fire. Plus, by holding down the fire button, you'll be able to rapid fire. That doesn't sound like easy mode. That sounds like please don't hurt my hand mode. I'm going to switch to that, so I don't have to do this for the next several hours of my life. Once you switch, you'll be able to switch back. That's cool. I don't care. Where are we at? Stinger. Crazy Norse, if you look at the games I've streamed this year, I think I've tortured myself enough for you guys. That's a very good question, Plutonia. Yeah, auto combo and auto lock on are... that's not easy mode, those are features. That is legit. So, I've actually talked about this before. In fact, I talked about this in Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Having to clench while also using your thumb hurts after a while. You can get used to it, and it's the kind of thing that you can, you do stretches for. And it's not that bad if you're doing it for like an hour or two, but if you're doing it for 4 or, 8 hours, this starts to really cause pain. Having to just do this, much easier. So, yeah, I'm okay with that. So I think you got something wrong with your architecture here. I don't know, it's a weird vibe I'm getting. The Pride of Line is granted to those who chose the path of trials. Oh no, I'll need some stretch breaks for 3. The only one of all of these games I'm actually worried about getting through is 3. And I've beaten 3 on multiple hard modes, but that was like 15 years ago, so... I think that sucks, Noctis Exol. I think there's no real purpose or point in doing that, and I think that you only have to put !Q, not the whole word question. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start off in normal, and we'll see what we think of it. I know how to unlock easy mode in 3, because I've done it on accident. Yeah, back in the day. It's funny you say that, Crazy Norse, because actually... I'm going to curse myself by saying this. I've gotten better at video games in the last few years, not worse. But I've also spent most of my awake time practicing video games for the last 10 years, so... I should hope I'm better at video games than I used to be. Oh yeah, this is Stinger. Say it with me now. No, turn around, turn around. Anyways, we're gone. Go back the path, and thou shalt return from the abyss with thy lion heart, and thou shalt receive the pride of the lion. Well, that should be easy enough. I'll just walk back across this path. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This is one of the worst skyboxes I have ever seen. I want you to look at that. I love how you can literally see the dividing line right there. It's like 10 feet out from that platform, where you can see where the water juts up into the rotating, like semicircle that we've got going on. It's just, I know, early PS2, low budget, but damn. Look at it, look at it. We look like we're indoors. We look like we're indoors. It's the Ozma fight all over again. And we're dead. You die. This is my favorite song in 1. Oh yeah, speaking of which, as I like to do with Capcom games, feel free to shout out your favorite song when you hear it. There's actually another song I'm really fond of as well, which we will not hear until almost the end of the game. But the one we just heard is probably my favorite. Actually, we kind of did have an air meter. We were taking a slow but steady amount of damage just for being underwater. Do I have to impale myself with this, too? God damn it! Hi, Phantom. Or Nightmare, whichever one you are.
Surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
What? Even on its back, too. Little trails he leaves behind. I also like how his thorax actually folds out into his tail. It's a neat little trick. Fairly simple boss fight, but don't worry, this isn't the only time we're going to fight this guy. I say that as I'm getting my ass kicked, but you know what, whatever. No, I'll probably get lost here. I haven't played this game in 17 years. The amount of time I haven't played this game is almost legally able to vote. So when I get lost all the time, you'll know why. So yeah, sorry, that was actually our first boss. There's a weird... So, another way that Devil May Cry 1 is a little bit more Resident Evil-y is that most of the bosses are recurring rather than individual. In later games, you would tend to see, you know, a boss and then a different boss, then a different boss, then a different boss, and only occasionally see the same boss but slightly different. In 1, well, let's just say we're going to be fighting the same bosses several times. Mission complete. Yeah, exactly. Display one's strength to line and open the path. Acquire the melancholy soul. Well, okay. I think it's this way. Oh, jeez. An interesting thing to judge in these games will be viscerality. I have a feeling that we're going to have a nearly linear increase in the overall quality of viscerality as we go. We'll see, though. I'm just playing it careful, Blade Travel. There are much quicker ways to kill these things. Notice the shotgun has a knockback effect, which, yeah. I don't know, we'll have to debate through when we get there, I guess. I don't remember it having many issues. But then again, I don't remember 2 being particularly visceral at all, so that's been part of my opinion there. I, of course, went the wrong way, because of course I did. Ah, dang it. Really did. Can I help you? Oh my god. The bad one, Magister. Oh yeah, we've had double trigger since we got impaled with the sword, by the way. I apologize, I tend to forget that it's even there. For a game as well tutorialized as this one, nothing indicates you have double trigger after you get hit with the sword, Alastor. So FYI, if you hit L1 and R1 at the same time, you become double trigger mode, which I actually don't remember the specifics of what that does in this version. I know it's a good thing. That's actually about it. Oh, for Christ's sakes. I mean, the funny thing about 2 is most people tend to just kind of forget it exists, not just in terms of gameplay, but in terms of story. Like, no. But it's okay. 2 is so far in the future that it's still set even after 5, if they decide to make it canon. I've never even heard about that Triaxia, so I'm going to go with no. Oops. I sure hope not, Dark Day. Besides, we already had one. That was 4. Wait, 2 is before 4? That's news to me. I'll have to look into that more. I will admit, most of my knowledge of 2 is actually out of character, not in character knowledge. Because the story in 2 isn't, I think is how I'm going to phrase that. So I can tell you a whole bunch about the behind the scenes of 2, but off the top of my head, I actually don't remember what the story is of 2. I'm not joking. I mean, there's an evil guy and you're trying to stop him, but and? What do I think killed PlayStation All-Stars? The fact that it sucked. The brightness of the guiding light will scorch you. Only those who can bear the light can open the new path. Why do you keep doing that, game? Don't answer that question. I mean, there's this evil guy who's a corporate head, because of course a CEO be in league with demons. Duh! And he's evil. And the Demon Lord is like an even bigger Demon Lord than Mundus, which actually makes no sense the more you think about it. Hey, Northern Albino. Welcome to stream. I am ever and always your dancing monkey. I guess I'm something different this stream, but you get the idea. It's weird. Whoop, hello. How detailed some of the rooms in this game are, compared to how boring some of the other ones are. This might be one of those positive and negative scenarios. Sword is the key to freeing the soul. The key resides at the highest place. Okay. Oh god, disorienting. All right, let's go free my soul. Oh my god, game. Damn it, let me through. Let me in. Okay, fine. And there's this weird opera music that just plays periodically throughout the course of this place. Anyways, Northern Albino. As I like to say to everybody who pokes their head in here, don't be a stranger. Unless you want to be. We are quite tolerant and understanding of lurkers and people who have, you know, any anxiety with chatting. But we're a pretty legit bunch. Except for Rax. And, you know, chat, talk, tell me how much you hate me. We've done it all. If you want to be a stranger, then what are you doing here? That's a good point, Rax. My bad. Yeah, what the hell's falling damage? We got impaled on a sword twice already. We're fine. There we go. Death sentence. A decorative sword used for rituals. Cannot be used as a weapon. Listen, anything with enough weight can be used as a weapon. Or, you know, a pencil, if you're the Joker. I give you your death sentence. And activated, loses its power over time. Okay, cool. And of course there's a mirror fight. It's a beat 'em up. Of course there's a mirror fight. You've played Double Dragon. So, I just got a couple donations, but let me pay attention for just a sec.
This stinking hole was the last place I thought I'd find anyone with some guts.
God, this game is so weird in hindsight. Okay, never mind. I thought the fight was right there. So, now I can say thank you proper-like. Thank you, Noctisexual. I do always appreciate those bits. Thank you. I mean, I've said this before, Crazy Norse. Frostmourne back there doesn't even have a sharp edge. I'm pretty sure I could kill somebody with it. I thought I'd want to. So, Epic Battle Fantasy 5, which I admittedly never heard of. But I'll look into it. I'll look into it, with backup being the messenger. And thank you for being a part of the show, Doom Rider. I will put that towards Pokemon Violet. Actually, it does, Yura. It's a really well-crafted mace, because that's what it is. Okay, now the battle. I remember dying to this fight a few times, so we'll see how we do. Third favorite song in the game. I'm sure that'll never come up again. you ever want to start an argument with a Devil May Cry fan, ask which brother is stronger, red or blue. Yeah, we're still at 1700. So, note to self, clip that moment up on the thing. I mean, that is the whole point, Rax. I agree with that. Oh, hi, Psychotic. There's a name I haven't seen in forever. So, I just want to talk about game design for a second. I know you hate it when I do that. There's a concept that I can't remember the terms for right now, that we've actually discussed briefly once before. Because it usually doesn't come up. In fact, I think the game we've covered that does this concept the most is Kingdom Hearts, of all things. But we have actually talked about this when it came to Mortal Kombat 11. At least I think it was Mortal Kombat 11. The point is... No, it wasn't Mortal Kombat. What game did we cover where we discussed this already? Enemies have a thing, which I'm going to describe terribly because I'm a moron. This thing makes it so that, yeah, they've got their health bar, but they've got another little factor, another thing they're keeping track of. This is their break bar, their guard bar, whatever the hell you want to call it. A lot of games call it a different thing. But the point is, instead of emptying, it actually fills up. As they take damage successively, once it reaches a certain point, they get to the point where they can't be hit. More complex games will actually have a gradient here. So, for example, let's say I hit a person 10 times. And then as I hit them 10 times, they start blocking or start dodging, whereas they wouldn't even trigger that before. Like, they could not dodge or block until they got to X part of the defense bar. And if you fill it up even more, then they get to the point of being effectively invincible. Where they, I think you're right, I think it was God of War where we discussed this, because beat them up. Revenge value. Yeah, that's what Kingdom Hearts calls it. But once you get to a certain point, they straight up cannot be hit until this bar has emptied or until they've hit you. There's a lot of different triggers, but this is something that goes all the way back to the old arcade era. This is a very old concept, all things considered. And again, Double Dragon is an example of a game that used this. The whole point of it is that if this concept did not exist, and I talked about this in God of War, if this concept didn't exist, the player would just be able to juggle and stomp everything effortlessly. Now, that's fine if you're playing a Dynasty Warriors game. But when you're playing a beat-em-up, what you want is for the player to be challenged. You want the player to actually have to think about how to approach the packs of enemies and how to deal with them, as opposed to just mash, 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 mash. If you've been paying attention, which I don't blame you if you haven't, the whatever it's called bar, the defense bar, has actually cropped up 3 times so far in trash fights. But where it really showed up was in the boss fight we just did. And again, I'm going to make a point in the highlight reel to show a clip of when I actually triggered it very deliberately, where he was just like, nope, 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 and you just could not get through it because I had hit him too much recently and needed to reset the bar in order to get back into normal combat. Now, depending on the game, a lot of different games approach this differently. Some of them do it where they have to get hit with a certain type of attack. I'll talk about that in a second. Some games have a thing where they have to not be hit for X amount of time, and some games have a thing, and Kingdom Hearts is one I could tell about this right now, where they have to hit you. If they hit you, it resets the bar. Or if they don't get hit for X period of time, then it resets the bar. But the first one is the one I really want to talk about, because some games do this thing, and I could point to a couple here, where you've got your combo attack, right? So you've got swing, swing, and then you got like this really big swing, right? So that really big swing, that's the one that actually triggers the shield bar to go up in some games. So if you do swing, swing, stop yourself, and then swing, swing, stop yourself, their shield bar never goes up because it's never being triggered. Now, I'll freely admit this is the kind of thing I wouldn't even notice except for speedrunning, where a lot of the strategy involves not completing a combo specifically in order to try and avoid that mechanic. But anyways, that's that concept, and I just wanted to talk about it briefly because, again, it's in the bones of a beat-em-up game, and it does help to make some of the boss fights work better than they otherwise would. I think I am actually going to give a plus. I've been thinking about it to the fight we just did. Nello Angelo. So. Oh yeah, and Streets... So, I should probably mention, as with all things... oh god, where am I? Where am I going? I actually turned around. As with all things, it's easy to overdo, underdo, or otherwise screw up a mechanic like that. I look away from the screen for 1 second, I didn't see where the door was. So it depends on how you implement it. It depends on how severe you are with it. It depends on what mechanics you use. It depends on what tips and tricks and abilities and kit that you give to the player to try and bypass this kind of shielding. I have wasted like 20 seconds and I don't know where the door is. So I think I know what to do. I think I know how to deal with this. Oh no! Where's the door? God damn it! Like, if I could make my own door. There it is, I see it. How the hell? Okay. Okay. I noticed there's no timer now, which is actually kind of strange. I hope I didn't bug out the game. That box is so bad. Okay, here's a hole. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Oh, God. Listen, the PS2 is bug-free way to be. Bugs are the Nintendo way. All those losers at Xbox. We here at Sony don't even believe in bugs. No, this doesn't feel right. Maybe it is? God, I don't know. Why is it called Devil May Cry? You know, I actually was reading an interview about when they named it Devil May Cry. And you know my favorite part about that interview? Is the reasoning they gave was they wanted to call it Devil May Cry. I should probably mention, Kamiya gives the worst interviews in the world. Because he has this habit... Oh my god. He has this habit of... Let me try to demonstrate. Ask me 3 random questions. And I'll just demonstrate through action. Okay, so, am I single, am I a vegan, and am I a fan of Final Fantasy? So, what Kami do is he will say, yes, I am currently single. I am absolutely a vegan, I believe firmly in the vegan cause, and I am a big fan of Final Fantasy. Now, I suppose that doesn't really work if you don't realize that I eat meat on a daily basis, but I'm extremely not vegan. But you notice how there was no indicator whatsoever that that middle one was a troll answer. That's what Kamiya does. It's actually something that several people have noted as it's something you just kind of have to be aware of when reading his interviews. Because sometimes he just lies straight-faced, just a troll. So it's possible there's a reason why the series is called Devil May Cry, other than the terrible line at the end of this very game. I wouldn't know. No, Todd Howard doesn't do that. Todd Howard has many sins to his name, but that's not one of them. I agree with you, Yura. That's weird. Yeah, honestly, okay. You know what Kamiya is? Kamiya is Yoko Taro without charisma. Yeah, I said it. It has to be this way. Hi, Bragwin. Welcome back. I hope the visit went as smoothly as those can go. Yoko Taro is the, my god. Near, thank you. God! Maybe I should have laid down a bit during my lunch break. He's in such a hurry to get the DMC block started. Yeah, the guy who doesn't like to show his face in public. There it is. Yeah, Yoko Taro is at least a talented individual who I have some respect for. I have none for Kamiya, and he's a dick. He may or may not be talented. That's harder to judge. But I don't care, because he's a dick. I've actually talked about this before, usually with cinema, with film directors. Because there are some film directors who are talented, but they're dicks, so who cares? I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea where to take this. Don't tell me. I'm just indicating that I'm roaming randomly because I have no indicators of where to take this thing right now. Yeah, I've heard really bad things about Edward Norton. Like, really, really bad things. But not as bad as some people. So I guess I shouldn't say that. Mildly bad things. I would never work with him on a project, let's put it that way. Hey, can I have my camera back, please? Yeah, it's unfortunate, Jaludo. Don't worry, I promise that when I take over the world, I will not be a dick. This feels right. Yep, this feels right. Look at that lovely water graphic down there. Oh, soak it up. Eat it. Eat it in. Oh, loverly. Yay, health up. Hold up. You need one of those really oversized rubber straws, you know? So this was the wrong way. Yeah, so can I admit something? I'm not a big fan of the N64 or the PS1 in terms of graphics. But I prefer both of them to early PS2 graphics. Now, later PS2 graphics blow them out of the water. But early PS2 graphics just look ugly to me. And I think it's because they're not trying to be polygonal anymore. They're trying to be, you know, 3D. And they aren't. Okay, so I came out through there. Oh, the last thing I want in my life is a jihad. No, yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. The funny thing is, I don't really understand why that's a controversial statement to say, since I think the same thing about the NES and the SNES. We have shown off, just a few weeks ago, terrible-looking SNES and NES games, and good-looking NES and SNES games. Just for contrast. And we're out of time. Alright, hang on. I mean, yeah, the Final Fantasy series is the easiest way to make that comparison. FF1 to 3, FF4 to 6, FF7 to 9, and FF10 to 12. All of those are early and late with regards to their respective consoles. There's other comparisons we can make too. The Mega Mans are an obvious one. And a lot of the Mario stuff, or Zeldas, or whatever, but you get the overall idea. What was that stupid thing? Is that up there? I mean, Metroid Prime was kind of a miracle game. Metroid Prime was the Doom of its era. And I don't just mean that because it's a first-person shooter. I'm actually turned around now. I don't think it was up here. Yeah, let me reset my mental map a little bit, because this should be... Yep, okay, so this is here. So I'm actually where I think I am. So I want to go down, but not all the way down. And I want to go over here, I think. Maybe? Yes. So recharge the soul, get our timer started again. Alright, so then we're gonna go this way. This game reminds me of one of my favorite jokes about Quake 1. What's your favorite level in Quake 1? The brown castle, the gray castle, or the other brown castle? Not just that, it's hard for me to put a finger on, especially when I'm not playing it right now. We're not going to beat it today, play 2. But I would say that one of the things that the first dungeon in P5 does is it's just more designed. Like, there's just more design to it. They actually bothered to put a lot of time and effort into it. And it shows. And later levels aren't designed. Okay, so just to verify, yep, okay, so that's there. So this will go down. Or no, sorry, this will go up? This is not where I wanted to be. Well, hang on, let's see what's over this way. Because... this guy, maybe? This is what I was going for. But this is not what I wanted. Cool. Does anybody know what I'm looking for? With the 2 minutes I have left. Because this was my big idea, was to get back to here. I don't think there's anything up here, but I'm gonna double check. Pretty sure there's nothing up here. Yeah, that was just the key. Keys and tutorials. Yeah, Persona 5, sorry. Ow. Listen, all I'm saying is if Britain really wanted a happy, they should have joined my new empire. It would have been so simple. I mean, I should probably mention that while GameFAQs existed at this point in time, GameFAQs... you know my history of GameFAQs. My history of walkthroughs in general. But I think trying to read a text description of where to go in this game is kind of the beginnings of that particular history. I have no idea where to go. I'm gonna have to actually look this up. All right, hang on. So let me get back to the timer spot, which is this way. No. I got the blue. I think. Oh God. Work with my camera. There it is. Yep, nope, it's where I thought it was. Excuse me. What's through here? Oh, right. That's my favorite example of a walkthrough on GameFAQs completely throwing me is Twilight Princess. I've actually already talked about that, but since we got nothing else to talk about while we're on our way up there, allow me to go ahead and elucidate. You see, in Twilight Princess, they decided, for reasons best left to the imagination, or simply because Nintendo, if you prefer, oh, Jesus, hang on, to mirror the game between the Wii and the GameCube versions of the game. So, if, for example, you get a direction to go to the northwest corner of an area on one version, you actually want to go to the northeast corner on the other version. You can imagine how monstrously confusing that was to me, not even knowing that mirroring was a thing. Like, I didn't even know that was a concept. So I'm just like, where is it? It says it's in the northeast corner. And of course, me being me, I assume I'm just missing it. Obviously, this is my problem. Okay, no, I was right originally. This is my problem, and I'm the one screwing up the directions. Yep, so this is where we renew. What mission are we on? 3? Oh my god, we have a map? Oh my god, look at that terrible, terrible map. Oh my god, that map is awful! Look at it, it doesn't even indicate, like, anything. Oh god. It's making me sick just looking at it. Wow! I don't think I even knew there was a map in this game. Probably because I never used it after looking at it for 5 seconds. Oh god, I remember the one in 3. The one in 3 is... ugh. Anyways. Mission 5. That's where we are. Alright. No, I gotta look this up. Right. The whole reason I alt-tab, Lord. Come on, wake up. Let's see. Oh yeah, an IGN walkthrough. That's exactly what I want. Oh, for those curious, there are 23 missions in this game. We're in mission 5. What I love about this should be like a less than 3-minute mission because of the timer. But anyways. Okay. Yeah, I'm not counting the secret missions, which we actually haven't shown off yet. Not really on purpose. I super did not, Yura. I should also probably mention I didn't play Wind Waker for years because I was an idiot, as I've discussed several times. So that was mission 5. How did we get a B ranking for that nonsense? That is literally my best ranking yet. Defeat the evil guardian and acquire the guiding light. Do I have? I do not. Not the bees, Crazy Norse. Not the bees. The DMC block includes Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's one of the easiest blocks to explain. As opposed to some blocks where it's like, okay, it includes this game, and then this game, and then this other game, and then this... No, it's just 1 through 5. Boom. Easy peasy. Like, wait until I describe to you what the Mario 2D block is. It will include Bloody Palace of 5. I don't think I'm going to bother with, like... There we go. Beelzebub! See those? Those are literally Resident Evil enemies that have been repurposed for this. Everything else has been at least redesigned or restructured, but these are actually enemies that were originally for Resident Evil that they just dumped into here, copy-paste. Oh, if it's not that long, then we can go into it. Oh, thank you, Yura. This time around, we'll be doing Mario 3D World before Odyssey, which I am extremely looking forward to. Like, that literally made me smile just thinking about that. But that's a few months out. I mean, it hasn't yet, Crazy Norse. In fact, I have never had any issues with a Nintendo game before. Square? Tons of issues. Bethesda? Yeah, a couple. Anything Star Wars? Tons of issues. But Nintendo? No problems. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to probably do then, Takoida, is I'll go a showcase of Bloody Palace up till 5, and then let's make a real go of it in 5. See how far we get. Like, not commit to it, but do as best we can, you know? Yeah, by the way, welcome to the Grey Castle! Bethesda is, but the license label that distributes their music is not Crazy Norse. Oh yeah, also Atlas, thank you for reminding me. Screw you, Atlas, and everything about you. Oh yeah, a couple of years ago, Yura. Like, they decided to finally back off out of all of that thing. Now, in the interest of fairness, they never attacked me even when they were still being stupid. Let's call it what it is. But they have since backed off of doing that for people in general. Come on, controls. Jesus. That's it. It's back and then forward. Duh. Sorry. Oh, I know, Crazy Norse. It's kind of sick, honestly. And, you know, the older I get, the less it's hyperbole, you know what I mean? The more I learn and understand just how messed up music license labels really are. Honestly, screw them all. If they just kind of got Thanos'd out of existence, I'd be okay with that. So you have a good sense of direction, right? I'm kidding. But there are a couple places down here, which I've already showcased, where it's just kind of like... Enemy type number 4. Sorry. This jackass. I don't know why I said enemy type number 4. What I meant is mini-boss number 1. And I can't think of his name. I'm trying to think of his name, and I'm just failing at it. I swear he has a name, and I can't think of it. It's like the name of the song. That's why I knew it. Hang on a second. That's gonna bug me. We just pull up my boss playlist. It shouldn't be too long to find it. Devil May Cry. Here we go. No, not the doppelganger. Death Scythe. Yep, this is it. Death Scythe. That's his name. Sorry. Cool. Well, now I have the guiding light. Mission complete! A rank! Holy crap! I didn't suck that terribly. I mean, I still sucked, obviously. Monkey, hello. Yeah, I should mention, even though you can kind of keep track of your mission progress to figure out where you are in the game, it's not really that indicative of how far you are into the game, because some missions are much longer than others. Oh, I've heard the same thing, Craziners. In fact, I'm pretty sure Zenimax is not super happy with the label I can't think of the name of either. Okay, so return to the bedroom. Still not there. That's okay. Debating holding off on it anyways. Okay, so I actually know where I'm going for once because it said the bedroom. So let's go. We're in a bit of a hurry, so we're just gonna, you know, go. You get to die for that, buddy. I'm sorry. Just get to die. I wonder if I'm going to remember my my grind spot. So a friend of mine, Eric, actually introduced me to the grind spot of this game. And it is a very good grind spot. And I used to spend a fairly large amount of time there maxing everything out at it. I don't remember exactly where it is. I know we haven't seen it yet. No, this isn't whining. This is whining! Oh, why is this game so dark? There you go, that's whining. Don't worry, I'm just gonna do it the one time. Because nobody likes a whiner. There you are. I thought you wanted whining. Damn it. Is that it? What am I missing? What am I missing? Missing something somewhere. Oh, god dang it. There's an evil critter. Get out of here. Why does the lion have 3 eyes? Don't answer that. Actually, that is a... I don't even want to call that subtle, but that is an interesting bit of lore building. that there's all these things venerating the great, lion statue, and lions are awesome, and courage is amazing, and you need to be venerated and strong and willing to sacrifice for the greater good, and blah, blah, blah. And all this stuff that would probably be good if not for the fact that it's all venerating Mundus, because Mundus, who we've already seen the statue of, is the dude with 3 eyes. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. I think you'll like him when we meet him. He's surprisingly important to the overall lore of the series, despite only really being in this game. Mission complete! Man, I spent 20 minutes stuck on one mission, then we just started knocking them out. Actual angels? So, interesting factoid. Not counting the anime, which I'm not that familiar with. To my knowledge, there are no angels in the series, but there is God. And it's actually stated outright that God is actually involved and manipulating the situation to help the good guys. Regularly. I'm not sure why they went that route with it, but whatever. Hi, Sean. Alright, we made it. We're in the very easy to fall from. I'm joking. It's actually hard to. But you can do it. I know. I've done it. But yeah, as Dakota points out, if the demons were just allowed to do whatever they wanted to, then they would. Humanity provably has nothing they could do against the demons within universe. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why Sparta is such a big deal. That'll be talked about constantly in all 5 games. Ugh. So, shrug, as they say. I need some liquid before we activate the mechanism. By the way, this is actually funny to me. We've been going through this whole game, right? Like, we're like, hey, there's demons on this island and they're gonna do some evil stuff. What the hell was Domino's doing? Also, what kind of pizza did you get? So this whole game, we came here to kill demons because that's kind of our shtick, right? So we get here, and then we get into the castle, and then we get stuck in the castle, and we have spent the last 8 missions, pretty much the entirety of our gameplay time, trying to escape this castle. Final Fantasy Tactics, this is not. Alright. 3 eyes. Actually, 3 eyes eating someone else in the form of the door. I've actually got a trash can right over there here that I use just for that. It amuses me. Yeah, part of the problem is, once again, they were... Picture this for a second. You've sat down... Hang on. You've sat down and you've designed a few levels. And then someone says, no, no, no. The game you've already put time and work and effort into making is actually for a completely separate franchise that doesn't exist yet. You are now building this new franchise. And it's like... And that's kind of why the first part of this story, if you could even call it that, drags severely. Because we're still in Resident Evil land. More or less, literally. Hence, why the plot so far, and for the last 8 missions, has been escape the castle of the crazy evil cultists. There's the 3 eyes again, by the way. Hi, Evo. Good and also bad, which I suppose this core demonstrates. Oh, right. I know where I am. And so do you, because it's a big open arena. Yeah, you know what's coming. That's right, it's your boy!
Finally! I was getting tired of playing your childish games.
He's upgraded to missiles now. Magma missiles, as if there's another kind. Yeah, why do you think it doesn't bother me, Crazy Horse? Magma spider? Yeah, no problem. Spider infested with cordyceps? Now that's terrifying. I don't see the problem here, Evo. I mean, aren't they the same thing, really? But yeah, it's primarily a scorpion. He is primarily a scorpion. And a sore loser, but that's besides. I'm gonna die. I accept my death. No, shouldn't have gone for it. And no, I don't. The underpinnings of the two settings are simply too diverse and they don't work at all together, Sean. Especially since angels are a very common thing within the Bayonetta setting. And so is multiverses. So are multiverses? So is the multiverse? Whatever. Screw up the early easy stuff because I'm screwing up. Look, I've been impaled twice so far. What's your problem?
You're right. I'm his son, Dante. Sweet dreams.
Defeated the Phantom. Incredible power.
Oh, yep, I'll take all of that. Thank you. Okay. Oh, there it goes. You get the trident. Cannot be used as a weapon. I disagree, sir. No, that's Trish. It's Eva. I mean, I'll bring this up in 4 and 5, but I would be a little bit weirded out seeing my mom wearing that. I'm just saying. Well, I think we can finally leave the castle. We did it! We have beaten Umbrella Corps. And Puzzle Co. Evo asks what I thought about the over-the-top nature of this series. Yes. God, yes. So, so this gun actually sucks. Neat looking, but it sucks. We actually want to go back to the shotgun. Well, no, hang on. We'll show it off for a bit in combat. It's funny, grenade launchers so often suck in video games. You ever notice that? Unless your name is Quake. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I guess. That makes sense, Spartan, considering they're literally the same genre. Hey, there we go. Freedom! Yeah, there was splash damage. Oh god, tank controls with this system would be awful. I mean, Church of Aldis, so far I've given a positive and a negative to this camera, and I stand by that. We'll see if that blossoms up to a net negative or net positive. Truth be told, I'm leaning towards net negative, but again, we'll see. Good tank controls. I feel like there's one game I can think of, but it's really vague and at the back of my mind, so I can't... well, bye, castle. At least we'll be out of brown areas now, right? Well, it's easy to explain, Evo. So watch this, okay? So I'm going to hold down. Then I'm going to adjust my angle. And then I'm going to hold down. I'm going to adjust my angle. I'm going to hold down. I'm going to adjust my angle. I actually showed this off earlier. Destiny awaits somewhere deep in the Coliseum. Sweet! Don't worry, there will be no brown in the rest of the game. Hi. Whoops. Didn't mean to hit that. Yeah, the Lizalfos, I don't know what else to call them. Kind of suck, as most enemies with shields do. Remember the artificial angel dudes with shields in 4? Oh. Hi, Luco. Oh, wow. I haven't seen Ashlam anywhere in forever. Hope she's doing alright. The shields that glow with light and a pair of lances shall lead to the battleground. Whoops! Sorry! I hope you memorized that. Hi, Edward Bador. No, so, in my opinion, Venetia's castle. Ultimatia's castle is much more gothic. This is decrepit ruins. There's a difference. And also, Ultimatia's castle has a lot of contrasting blacks and whites, which, ironically, is a lot easier to see, and it looks more Castlevania, whereas this looks more Resident Evil. You've never played 2, Luco? How could you? Two. Which one's designed better? That's an interesting question. A level from an RPG or an entire game from a beat-em-up. So that's a very odd question. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be giving any brickwork positives to Devil May Cry 1. And honestly, I'll probably be giving a brickwork negative to Devil May Cry 2. We'll see when we get to 3. We'll see. So you like platforming, right? Right? Well, I don't know. Hate platforming. It's coarse, and it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. What am I running into? We are playing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Venetia. No, it's... Here, let me demonstrate what I meant a little bit. So, look at the curvature of that, right? So it's hard to explain, but right here... Yeah, I'm running into it already. There's like an angle or whatever that I can't move right on. I have to actually go out around it to get over here. That's why I was like, what am I running into? Like, I keep doing it without even meaning to now. Anyways, yes, this is the DMC block. It's even listed on the website as the DMC block. Ironically, we're not playing all the DMC games because I don't hate myself, but, you know. Oh, God. Okay. That's right. It is the website. The only website. I destroyed the rest of the internet. So anyone who goes to any URL, anywhere, anywhen, will go to lorerunner.com. Just to make people know, sure people know about it. Oh my God. Okay, thank you for waiting there. Oh, this is completely blind. You know how blind this is? Notice I don't have a shadow. So the reason I bring that up is in a lot of 3D platformers, the method you have to determine your position is where your shadow is. This is just straight up blind jumping. Oh my God, I can't believe that only took me like 3 or 4 attempts. My name is Ifrit. Huh. The fool who awakened me shall pay dearly with the fires of hell. This is my favorite weapon in the first game. Now, here's the funny thing. When I first played this game, I actually thought that Ifrit would be like the fast attack, punchy, rapid fire kind of a thing, right? No. No, this is the big, heavy weapon. I mean, you could combo it in a bajillion ways and directions. Like, but it's the wonk. This is the punch. That's part of why I like it. So, why don't we try it out for a bit? By the way, did you notice that our jump attack isn't straight down now, but actually has a seeking component? To demonstrate. Yeah, I love Ifrit. This is the bomb right here. There's some good weapons across this franchise, but for some reason, whenever I think of fun weapons in this game, I always tend to think of this monstrosity. Oh yeah. I didn't even show it off properly. I'm sorry, I actually forgot to do that. So, you can manually charge each hit. You'll notice it also has something else that I value a great deal. Seeking. Or, no, God, what's the term for that? I guess technically it's reach, but what it's a closer. Almost every attack is a closer. Look at how far I'm moving. Tracking. I think that's actually the term. Tracking. This is a weapon that will home in on your enemies, which is helpful in a game like this, and is important because you'll be knocking them back, and then you will charge right back up into their face to knock them back again. Reminds me a lot of playing as Balrog in Street Fighter, which is my favorite Street Fighter player, so there we are. Is Balrog in Street Fighter 5? Because I want to try that out sometime, see if I still like him. And thank you for being part of the show, Grendler. I'll put that towards the Berseria-Zestiria duo. There's another Balrog? My goodness. Listen, there's only one Balrog, Nuko. Seriously, that's been true for years at this point. I'm not playing. There's Super Mario Brothers 2, and there's Balrog. We're done. Moving on. Does that answer you, Noctis? Hi. I look forward to seeing you in 5.
Are you the human, the son of Sparta who challenges the darkness for this?
Block off, Featherface, or you can stick around and find out the hard way.
Anyways. I have no idea who the voice actor is. Sorry. No info. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Evo, I know exactly how that feels. It sucks. In fact, arguably to this day, I'm still recovering from that. Yeah, I never actually understand people like that. Like, I don't want to start a conversation, because I know nitpicking is one of those things. But... what? But I do feel like there's a difference between, you know, critiquing and being a dick. Like, there's a reason Rule 0 is so universal. It's because it just covers so many other rules if you think about it. Yeah, there's a difference between friendly banter and shaming. If I was playing this game right now, and Pax was watching, he'd be like, ah, stop sucking so much. But that's okay, because he doesn't mean that. And I know that, and he knows that. There's no malice. There's no ill intent. If, by contrast, Evo's watching me play, and she's like, Lore, you're screwing up. Lore, just do this. Lore, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you using fire damage? Then that's a little bit more frustrating. Don't mind me. There's a demon over here somewhere, I swear. There's a demon over here. So, there, hey! Found a demon. Probably gonna do it alone, yes, Sekta. I don't even know anybody who would qualify who owns the game. Anyways. It's true, Yada. I'm pretty sure chat just exists to mock me. That's my life. Ah! What? Where's the music? Okay. Anybody else? That should be done. I need a drink. Did I refill? I did. Thank God. Okay. Where the hell am I? Do I just leave? Is that what you want from me, game? Like a hard no. Well, no, maybe. Hang on. Mission complete. Maybe. Like, there's 2 shields, which I can't do anything about. Then there's a door, which I can't light on fire. Does this say anything? Lesbian waits in Coliseum. So that's a big hat. Big no. And that's the castle. What really irritates me is the whole reason I picked up, I turned on easy mode. I see it, game. Let me loot the damn thing. There we go. Well, so I can do this. And not hurt my hand. It's actually been throwing me because I'm trying to do my combos manually, but it's like interpreting what it thinks I want to do. And so my combos have actually been wrong in several cases, especially with Ifrit. Because I'm trying to do it manually, and the game's like, no. And I'm like, but it's, no. No, it's cool. Yeah, no, this actually sucks a little bit. Now, the double irritation is the only gun I really needed the auto fire for was the frickin' pistols, which I'm not even using anymore. So I did it for nothing. Whatever. I'll live with it. I mean, that is literally what I just said here, so I would agree with you. Like, I feel like I'm trying to just adjust to what Dante's doing rather than fighting the way I want to. The only control I have over is the charge. Oh, the timing on that feels off too, but that might just be me. Use new strength to open the door. What extremely obvious and stupid thing am I missing here? For bonus points, I actually tried that earlier. I didn't even tell you why it didn't work at the time, but it didn't work at the time. let's see. I mean, it's probably literally the same sound effects, Sean, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I have to admit, the HD collection actually polished things up better than I should. And I know I'm saying that when there's absolutely terribly ugly textures on the screen, but please believe me, this game looked so much worse on the PS2. Like, one of the negatives I was fully expecting to give this game was visual distinction. Because of blur, because of brown, and because of gray. But actually, I haven't had any trouble seeing where I'm going or what I need to interact with the entire time. Ah, yes. This area. Oh, God, screw motion blur so hard. I get it. We even talked about it recently. What game are we streaming? I will never read your question ever again, Luco. I've decided I'd rather die than read your question, which was about... Do I enjoy the little callbacks in DMC5? To this game in particular? No. Do I enjoy DMC5 in general? Yes. Okay. And no, I do not know about help. I wouldn't recommend a self-help book in general, Mr. Red. Kefka jokes aside. I hate motion blur. What game were we showing off? It was something that was, it was another PS2 game that was ported forwards, and I deliberately turned it off, and I was explaining the frame rate issue. Spyro. It was Spyro. That was it. I mean, the DMC series technically died twice, but yes, 5 is the one that really brought it back, and sold very well. How well? Hang on. I actually had some figures up. I, of course, don't right now. Why would I have those figures in front of me while doing a lore run of a video game? Don't be ridiculous. But it's okay, because I remember exactly where I grabbed them, because it's one of my favorite sales sites. So, check this out. 2.16 million for this game. The collection I'm playing right now, 1.4 million, which is really good, by the way. That's still very good. Then we've got DMC2, which we'll give those figures later. 3 didn't sell very well, for reasons we'll get to when we get there. 4 sold actually surprisingly well. Then DMC. And then we get to 5. Now, 5 has interesting sales figures. Because 5 sold very well, but less than DMC4. Now, that may sound strange, but we've got a little bit of the Final Fantasy effect going on here. FF8 outsold FF7 and FF9. Now, why? Because FF7 was really good. Lots of trust, lots of word of mouth, everyone buys 8. 8 sucks, less people buy 9. Same situation. Now, I'm not saying 4 sucks, but a lot of people weren't really super happy with 4. By contrast, lots of people liked 3, so lots of people bought 4. 4 is actually the best-selling game of the series because of 3. Same thing that I just talked about. So they sold tons, and then DMC4 was DMC4, and it was followed by DMC. So 5's sales figures were a bit lower, but I guarantee you, if they make a 6 and it's of the hell, actually, regardless of its quality, it's going to sell like gangbusters because of 5, just like 4 did from 3. It's a very, very, very common, very repeatable, and very trackable trend in game sales. Write down. I am absolutely certain that 1 million sales is considered good. You're probably thinking of Square Enix and their infamous, and I do mean infamous, comment about the Lara Croft game selling under expectation. However, as I've pointed out, just last year when we were covering the Mega Man series, several Mega Man games were considered to be selling poorly when they in fact sold bonkers good, especially for the time, for the franchise, for all the considerations at the time. The problem, and I keep banging on about sales figures, because the same problem that affects normal people like you or me affects executives. An executive will look at Grand Theft Auto 3 and see 14.5 million units pushed just on the PS2. And that's insanity. But the problem is they think that's the goal. Like that's what they want to reach. So if they sell 4 million, they're like, oh God, we've sold less than a third of that. And they're stupid. Because GTA 3 was a mutant freak. Hell, GTA 5 was a mutant freak, while we're on the subject of such sales figures. So trying to accept... Yeah, exactly, Crazy. It's the same goddamn problem we've had forever. Too many people and too many companies are too interested in making all the money instead of making money. I actually haven't 100% looked up the sales figures yet, because what I usually do, Rex, is I have 3 separate sites I use to check sales figures, and I just checked one just now. Because inconsistent information, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, exactly, Linnerth. We gotta have growth. But you made money. You made good money. We're done. All right, so, what am I doing? I am writing down this. But yeah, the reason I haven't done my due diligence on any game other than one, which I can tell you straight up, is the aforementioned 2.16 million units sold. That's just the PS2 version, I should clarify. That doesn't count this. Is because that's the one I'm running. I actually need to do more research and refresh myself on some things about 2, just to make sure, because let me tell you, 2's going to be a story. I don't mean to keep hyping up 2, but holy crap. By the way, Django, you missed it. We actually had a net zero game. It was Quest for Glory 1. +7 to story, -7 to gameplay. Okay, so I did that, and I did that. Oh, I agree, Lineruth. I've pointed out before, I don't know if this is true in other countries. Here in the States, you can be fired from the board of directors, if you are not doing stupid things to destroy your franchise, your player base, and your company to make an increasing amount of growth per quarter. That's not a joke. That's not hyperbole. That's not anything but just the truth. It is literally legally required for boards of directors of major corporations to try to squeeze as much money out per quarter as possible. Otherwise, they can be fired, or worse, they can actually be sued over that. And fired. So, that's life. I think I'm going to go and put a no on that. I was checking something else out really quick here. All the golden numbers are on the site, Von Falkenstein. But my personal verdict, experimental, interesting historically. The only one that I would consider a net positive was 4. So, yeah, if you ever wonder why board of directors here in the States are so terrible, that's why. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Sorry, give me 1 second. Just doing a little bit of research, super quick. I think I can argue a negative to difficulty. Ignoring the obvious fact that it's locking accessibility options behind the difficulty, which I already complained about. As I look up here, we actually are on easy mode, as in we have more health, enemies have less health, we do more damage. That's not great. It's ignoring the fact that yeah, I mentioned I remember a grind spot in this game. There's a reason for that. Oversight, Linnae Ruth. Or in other words, you can't, would be the answer to your question. There's no such thing as a system that works long-term. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and jot down a negative for that difficulty, because the only DMC game I remember grinding in is 1. Make of that what you will. Yeah, I would also say I kind of agree with Rax. So I should mention this since we're talking about it. You start off on normal. You have to specifically use a Vital Star or a Yellow Orb on the first mission, or a Vital Star or a Yellow Orb on the second, or 2 Yellow Orbs on the third mission. If you do this, this unlocks easy mode. Or, hang on, in order to get to hard mode, you have to do something else. Hang on, where is it? It doesn't even, I don't actually, I think you have to beat the game first to unlock hard mode. I think. It's not even telling me here, but I do know that once you have unlocked hard mode, you then gain access to the character change thing, which gives you costume access, and gives you the option to start on the new difficulty modes, which includes Dante Must Die for 1 specifically. Yeah, that's what I thought, Rax. And I'm not a huge fan of beat the game to access hard to beat the game to access really hard. Now, while we're on the subject, hard mode just makes it so that enemies do more damage, and it does change the encounters. It does change what enemies spawn where, so that's something. Health regenerates much slower in Devil Trigger mode. I haven't even shown that off yet. And that's it. So, lazy difficulty. Then we have Dante Must Die. Now, this is funny, because Dante Must Die is lazy difficulty, but also has this thing where the enemies can Devil Trigger. Now, that sounds like that would be a cool feature. But the thing is, what that does is it makes them more spongy. Which is also... So the enemies can just decide to effectively increase their defense and damage. None of that is good difficulty design. So, yeah, that's not great. That is, of course, just the first game. We'll talk about the other difficulties as we go, but that's negative territory. Okay. So. If the system prevents oversight, then it's a bad system to begin with, isn't it, Linnea Ruth? I mean, holy crap. That's like just saying the king can do whatever they want and nobody can stop them. So now we have to get out of the canyon alive. I've pointed out like 20 things so far that are very Resident Evil so far. Including the sound effect you're hearing right now. I mentioned I love Ifrit lately. This is Capcom, yes, Pancakes. I'd say back when Capcom made good games. But honestly, they just bounce around all over the place, so... Shrug, really. Although, in fairness, they would go to make several good games in this era. Resident Evil 4, several of the X games. Wait, no, this is after the X games. Or is it? I'm actually not sure when the X games came out relative to this. I know Beautiful Joe came out in this era. And I believe this is when Dead Rising started becoming a thing. One must choose the right path to enter the Lost Land. Only those who protect the weak light shall have the power to decipher the right path. I will save you, weak light. Kind of strange powers taking me back to the entrance. Very well, I must kill them all. You see, I'm not sure of the timeline exactly, because DMC 1 actually came out weirdly early. I mean, this is early PS2. The music is a plus and a negative. Die, monster. Ghosts don't like grenade launchers. Who knew? Yeah, I'd have to look up the timeline here. Because I know my timing is off. Because I think we're actually... If I remember correctly, I think this game came out when Capcom was in a lull. And then Resident Evil 4 and DMC 3 came out closer to each other when they were in a rise again. And then they would go back down into another lull. And where they are right now is kind of debatable. And probably dependent on whether or not you like Monster Hunter or not. Oh god, did they really, Baron? That's some timing. Honestly, and I mean absolutely no offense to anybody who likes the Monster Hunter series, I just found Monster Hunter boring. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry! Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Boring's probably actually the wrong word. What I actually mean is padding. Because it's not boring. It's setting up and gathering the materials and setting up your build and designing exactly how you want your cat thing to be. That's cool. I'm actually into that. It's just, it takes forever to do everything. So I'm going to rescind that. And yeah, Mega Man's been dead since 11. Let's be clear. I mean, I guess technically we got the Zero series collection after that, but no, Mega Man's been dead since. Which is funny, because Mega Man 11 finally crawled over the finish line and became the best-selling Mega Man of all time, which it super deserves, by the way. Great game, highly recommend. But yeah. I'm probably reading too much into it, but given some of the announcements that have been coming out about Capcom's quarterly returns, I have a feeling they're just going to keep throwing money at Resident Evil and Monster Hunter, because those are the ones that are selling. Alright, time to offer the Chalice and open the path. After we power up Ifrit some more. What do we got? Oh god, I hope not Autogenics. I really do. I think I want to get that, so... How much was that? Ugh, that's expensive. No, yeah, it's the... There's two philosophies when it comes to a lot of things, actually, but... You either use your spare resources to shore up your weak points, or you use your spare resources to shore up your strong points. Now, which one is better obviously depends on a bajillion factors, but almost every time in corporations, it's better to shore up your weak spots than your strong spots, because there's a really bad curve of diminishing returns on shoring up your strong spots, right? No matter how much money they throw at, for example, Monster Hunter, it's going to start to plateau pretty quickly, especially since it's already so well selling, right? By contrast, pour some money into some of the other franchises down here, and they will get a much larger return on investment. Historically speaking, obviously none of this is a guarantee, but you get my point. And yeah, actually, Monster Hunter itself is an example of this, now that I think about it. But I should shush. You get my point. Blah, blah, blah. I'm dumb. Moving on. By the way, hi, Blow Up Alex. Sorry I didn't say hi. Whoa, lasers. Probably Rex, in all honesty. Just like me. You forget, I've actually poked at Dive Unix. I spit venom at it not on principle, but out of practice. We are in the gardens of... Oh, Jesus! You know what I like most about the Ifrit? Pretty much all of its moves can chain into pretty much all of its other moves. It's like playing Jekt in Dissidia. You can just chain from whatever to whatever. One. How many is that? 2 or 4. Rip, rip, rip. The sign of chastity, which is, of course, a brain. I'm not going to read into that. Those without the sign are not worthy to possess the chalice. Walk the dark path towards the light of sorrow. The sign is confined to the cage of doom! No, this is probably closer to my 5th time playing this. Maybe 4th. Hang on, let me actually think about that. So I played it then, and I played it then I played it then. So, no, actually, yeah, this is my 4th time playing this game. Now, it'll be my 2nd time playing 2, my 15th time playing 3, my 2nd time playing 4, and my 2nd time playing 5. Yeah, I'll never play this game again. Honestly, well, 1 was certainly one of those... It's a first game. What do you want from me? It's... It has all the problems and foibles of being a first game. And yeah, I only played 4 once, although that's because I didn't actually own 4 until quite recently. About a week ago, actually. No, the copy I played was a friend's copy. Like you do. No, DMC2. Oh, Kira White Noise came up with a cool term. I actually wrote it down. I was just looking at it the other day. Where did I write that down? Here it is. Cash-in syndrome. Which is funny, because DMC2 is cash. So we've got expansion effect, right? Expansion effect is, I've described that many times. It's when the team has figured out their stuff, and they've honed their craft. That was strange. And they know what they're doing, and they're familiar with the product, and they either put out a really amazing expansion and or a really amazing sequel, and it's just better, right? It's just so much better than the original. That's expansion effect. Cash-in syndrome is the exact freaking opposite of that. It's when the sequel is just, huh? You... What? Holy crap! Camera, you're killing me here. Well, one of the funny... It's, okay, I really need to stop talking about DMC2, or I'm sort of running out of things to talk about when we're playing DMC2. This is FF13 all over again. Warlords of Draenor. Well, there's the Chalice. Use the sign. I am worthy of the Chalice. The cup which held the blood of the divine dead. Okay, well, I'm just gonna stand here. Oh. Okay. You know, I find his choice of weapon interesting considering the future. Or I suppose the past. Probably not, Lunaruth. I'm not even sure where that came from, historically speaking. Well, this is our second one blow up, Alex. I definitely gave the first one a positive. Because, of course, I freaking did. Ifrit is just unfair against Angelo. I suppose that's true with most bosses, so that's whatever. Obviously, Kay. Why do you think he's so difficult? He keeps exploding on me. I know there's at least one more, because we haven't had the last fight yet. I remember the last fight more because it has a different song than anything else. I'm a weirdo like that. I think I agree. I think that deserves an additional positive. Yeah, as I say many times, simple is not good or bad. Simple is simple. Camera angles. Jesus, there we go. If I'm being honest, I'm very much building myself up to a second negative for the camera. Not just because of how much of it's a problem, but how it's actually getting worse the further into the game I get. That's just down there. What, the not sure where to go thing? I have memories in every DMC game except 5 for getting lost. I think we actually got lost in 5 too. I just don't remember being as frustrated by 5. Oh, the camera. Yeah. Yes. I give you the Chalice. I guess that's one way to combat it. Oh, yeah. No. That's a good way to put that, Linear. There's a reason I call living with someone the acid test. It's exactly for that reason. I actually don't mind a linear game. As long as it's, you know, good. Mission complete! Rank terrible. Don't worry, I'm gonna SSS rank every 2 mission. That's a lie. And I shouldn't have brought up 2 again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not the ghost shit. Okay. I need 3, right? Yeah, 3,500. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay. 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 Okay, we can do this. Yeah, let's get some fun in. The last fun we'll have in the game. That's not true. We'll have to discuss if this game gets us so bad it's good. Once we get to, I guess the second to last mission. I mean, the outro of this game by memory is terrible, but I don't know if it's terrible good or terrible bad, so... Again, we'll see when we get there. So, here we go. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh, war. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna go over here now. Don't mind me. Hey! Yeah, we'll probably finish 1 tomorrow and start 2 tomorrow. Hello there, buddy. Calm yourself, calm yourself. they're dead. The needle gun. An underweapon water. Underwater. An underweapon water. Have you never played Devil May Cry, Django? Dante is a monk. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. It's actually a lie. In D&D terms, he's a fighter, but whatever. Or a vampire warrior. Look, just he can do whatever, okay? I'm not going to spoil anything, but let's just say some of his weapons are interesting. Leave it at that. I am the ship that carries the wandering souls on the brink of the underworld. I don't know where that accent came from. Protect the ship and you shall be given the fire of St. Elmo. Ooh. Oh, I have to fight a mini-boss! Bring it, Death Scythe. God. He's a bard. I mean... all I'm saying is that scene might be a triple positive scene when we get there. Not the one in 3, the one in 4. In WoW terms, I mean, he is a demon hunter, straight up. Like, nothing else for it. That's the one, Blow Up Alex. That's the one. Yeah, I really should keep my mouth shut more. I'm trying to approach this as I would a lore run, because this effectively is a lore run. You notice I haven't talked about a lot of lore yet. That's because there hasn't been any. Don't worry, there'll be even less lore in 2. We will finally get some lore dumping in 3, 4, and 5, don't worry. Right now it's mostly behind the scenes, inferences, game design, etc. We could talk about Mundus, but we don't know anything about him yet. Other than the fact that he's probably a bad guy. Because his name is Mundus. Really does not want to use these things. Come on. There we go. Oh, gee, come on, game. Really? Really? Just playing with it now. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is me trying various buttons to just climb the ladder. It really does not want to climb that ladder. Okay, whatever. Alright, so... Wrong button. Doesn't do anything. Let's view the ship. Kind of creepy, but, you know, I think that's just the norm in this demon cultist place. I was actually thinking about it. To really hammer the point in, Trish has already shown up less in this game than she does than she has in 4 in the equivalent. Like, that's a terrible way to phrase it. What I mean is, so far we've been introduced to exactly 2 characters, Dante and Trish. And Trish has had 2 cutscenes. And he just grabbed the ladder that time. That's true. It could be worse, Blow of Alex. It could always be worse. Just always remember. Yeah, if we count the bosses as characters, which, okay, fair enough. We've had 3 bosses. I'd say 2 of which have actually talked to us. The other one's just gesturing and not using a katana for some reason. I don't know. Okay, whatever. I give up. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. My favorite character in DMC? Lady comes to mind immediately. I have to think past that. Because honestly, I like most of the characters in this series. Nero is one of the only ones I don't like, and even he was good in 5. Yeah, Jester is a character I'll discuss when we get there. But I agree that I do like him. That's not the point being made. I can't even tell where I am. There I am. To be totally honest, I don't think DMC2 ever had the potential to be a good game. It doesn't have the bones of a good game. It has one good idea. I hate the fact that you're making me talk about DMC2 again. It has one good idea that 5 would use... 4 also, but 4 and 5 would use to much greater effect. One good idea does not the bones of a good game make. Okay. We'll see what I think of Nero again going through 4 this time around. I will admit one of the only story negatives I gave 5 was for Nero, but that's whatever. That's the old system, so we'll see. Still not there. How would I rank Capcom as a gaming company? Jeez. So below Blizzard in their prime. Below Nintendo, core Nintendo. Below Square in their prime. I keep cheating because I keep saying in their prime. I guess if we look at everything Square has ever made, I would say that's a tough one. I'd probably put core Nintendo at the top, even counting everything, because the core Nintendo development team has put out gold for 40 years. So they're up top. They're the king of the hill. Past that, it gets a little murkier. I think, and I'm going to get so much flack for this, but based solely on the perspective of the games developed, I would honestly probably put Blizzard at the number 2 slot. Despite everything that has been happening for the last decade, Blizzard has still put out some of the best games ever made. And that I can't step past that, you know what I mean? And yeah, that's why Square doesn't have the number 2 slot. Because Square, while they have put out some amazing stuff, has also put out all kinds of things over the last 40 years. That being said, I would probably actually go ahead and think about putting Square in the number 3 slot, if we're presuming only the big companies. If we start to open this up to indie devs and smaller things, then that's going to change the dynamic a little bit. Like them or hate them, Paradox would be pretty high up on my list, personally. The Staff of Hermes. Hey. That's true, Lineruth. That is how that works. You're absolutely right. That's one of the reasons I used to be so in favor of the Blizzard approach. Because... Oh, more underwater. Because the Blizzard approach was specifically to release less games, but to really make them as good as possible. To polish them. Again, polish used to be their watchword. And to just go as absolutely high quality with them as they could. Okay, so there's the gun. Hey, buddy. I have no idea what they're doing with Star Ocean at this point. I really don't. Hey, Variontron. How you been? Hopefully as good as you can be. I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask this, because I fell out of Star Ocean with 3, and I've basically refused to ever go back. But that being said, I have friends whose opinion I trust who have played 4 and 5, and while they're not terrible games, they've been described to me as generic. And I mean, what else is there to add at that point? Yeah, I know that feeling, Variontron. I still haven't actually played Humankind, but I've liked several Endless games. I've actually heard decent things about the latest one, Wolf Alex. Although, I don't know if I can bring myself to play it. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But I'm not going to play 4 and 5. I just kind of straight refuse. And I'm not going to play 3. Screw 3. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound so unkind, but 3 pisses me off in a way few video games ever have. Yeah, you notice I haven't been mentioning 1 or 2 in this whole thing, because those are fine. In fact, they're on the list for review someday. Listen, I just can't get away from Dragon Age Inquisition. I mean, Mass Effect 3, Django. That's the one, Von Falkenstein. Granted, I have other issues with that. I'm not going to spoil what the twist is, because it is a gargantuan spoiler that changes the dynamic of the entire franchise. But the thing I hate most about that twist isn't the twist itself, which is already terrible, but that it's terribly executed. It's really, really badly handled. Like, it should, yeah, it was just like, it should be a sea change. It should be a completely different game from that point onwards. It's not. Like, they find out about this huge, massive change to reality, and then they're like, alright, so you want to go farm up some boar asses? And I'm barely exaggerating with that. See you around, Directy. Have a good one. Like, I honestly think I would have been okay with that twist if they really stuck the landing. And they didn't. But, anyways. There's treasure, but nothing that can be used as weapons. Well, that's worthless to me, then. Clearly. I knocked him away so far away, it took 2 shots just to get back to him. Anyways. Sorry. Rant off. Go to the surface and head to the... We're still not at the Coliseum, that's right. But I think we just got enough to up... Yep. The Rolling Blaze. Booyaka. Yeah, sorry, I'm playing God Hand, which I've never played. But I've played Code Vein, so that counts, right? That looks like a fun room. Name a series that's good with most of its twist. I actually agree with you, Blow Up Alex. Trails of is, yeah, pretty legit with most of its twists. I mean, Trails of Sky 1, Cold Steel, I want to say 3 or 4. You know the twist I'm talking about. I just forget exactly when it shows up. Oh yeah, I can do this now. This is the ability I just bought. Ifrit! It's just fantastic. I'm gonna stop doing that now. Seriously, I actually think they put more time and effort into designing Ifrit than several other aspects of this game. Hey, it's the shield from way back the Coliseum. Biggest upsides and downsides of Japanese companies compared to the Western outputs. Upsides. Japanese companies have a tendency to do their own thing, which means they tend to not follow some of the more egregious chains or trends. It also means they are harder to buy. So, you know, Nintendo isn't going to get bought out anytime soon, not just because they're a giant, but because they're Japanese. Downsides. Japanese companies tend to do whatever they want to. Hit the lever. Just making my point for me here. Deja vu. There's actually a decent amount of backtracking in this game, but aside from the issue earlier on Mission 5, I don't think I'm going to ding the game for. Oh god! Come on, come down here and fight me like a... Spirit of Death? I don't know. I actually know economists who have studied just the Japanese miracle. And you know what they've come to the conclusion of? I'm not making that up. The common consensus amongst most of my own economics people that I either follow or know personally is when it comes to the Japanese miracle. Was 5 the first one to use Yoshi drums with the combat music? I actually don't remember. That's a shame, because that's such a cool feature of 5. How often does a game reward you for doing well with more awesome music? Like, this game rewards you with more points and more experience and currency, but 5 gives you more banging tunes. Come on! Japan in the wake of World War II was basically Germany in the wake of World War I. You know, financially destitute, very, very, very few raw resources, almost a pariah state. Basically hated by everybody, you know, just they had everything going against them. Fast forward a little bit. Japan is now one of the most dominant and prosperous economies in the world. That's the Japanese miracle. So Yoshi drums, there's two types of dynamic music. Yoshi drums isn't actually my terminology. Nintendo came up with that. But the idea is when the music adjusts to what you're doing by either changing or adding or subtracting instruments. The most obvious example being the Yoshi drums. That's what it's called for. In Super Mario World, when you hop on Yoshi, another layer, another track is added to the song, which is just a drum beat. Evo asked me what they are, Blue of Alex. So I was defining it. Yeah, no kidding, Rax. Now, what's funny is the German miracle makes perfect sense. That's really easy. Like, that's just textbook what happened to Germany in the wake of World War II. It makes perfect sense that Germany has one of the most powerful economies in the world. But Japan? How the hell they pulled that off? How it stuck? How they managed it? Sorry. Itch on lower back. Weird spot. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's cool, Crazy Horse. Is Phantasy Star 3? Hang on. Where? Oh, where'd I put it? There it is. Let's see, what Phantasy Star is in this? Here's my collection of Genesis games. It's the Genesis collection. This is every Genesis game I own right here. I'm not actually making that up. So this has Phantasy Star 2. 2, 3, and 4, specifically. So I'm wondering if 2 was when they shifted over to the Genesis. I mean, honestly, there's actually several economic miracles of the last century. We're currently staring at the Indian miracle, which is currently in progress. You can quote me on that in 10 years when I'm right. What that sound is? Oh no! Lizalfos. Oh god, getting juggled, getting juggled. Alright, enough of that, enough of that. Yes, immediately after I take over the world, Baron. It's gonna be a whole lot of change, followed by not a lot of change for a few centuries. Yeah, an opinion I've had a few times is how uniquely... I don't want to say the word blessed. I guess just how unique it is to be born in the era I was born in. Early 80s. Because I have been able to be alive for a fairly large amount of fairly extensive change just in human history. Nah, you're good, Chris Norris. And you could argue, well, you know, that could be said for a lot of eras, but the older I get, the more I think that, no, I'm actually on to something there. Well, certainly there's always been eras of change and alteration in history. This has been a very unique 40 years. My opinion. I was born when VHSs weren't widespread, Baron. By the way, fun fact. I don't remember the context, but I brought up a VHS to my niece, and her response was, I kid you not, what's a VHS? No, I agree with that, Blow of Alex. Absolutely. Like I said, the last few years, few decades, however you want to qualify that, have just been a time. Yeah, you remember when Blu-ray was going head-to-head with... Do you remember it? Do you remember the other thing that was competing with Blu-ray? Oh yeah, there's no judgment here, Blow of Alex. It's just her father and I found that rather amusing. I think I've actually mentioned this before, but my aunt actually, as recently as 4 or 5 years ago, finally was able to find someone who was capable of converting all our old Betamax tapes into digital format. Because we had Betamax tapes. Oh, this looks like fun. Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, God. The original YouTube. That was a sight. Sacrifices become magical powers and rise as the connecting passage to the Skywalk. Oh, jeez, Laserdisc. Laserdisc was too expensive for us. We didn't have that. Coliseum entrusts the Conqueror with the lands. Oh my god, this really is a Castlevania stage. We're going through the Coliseum! I can't wait to play 7 again. The time has come to open the door. And now we're trapped forever. What were you guys eating down here? I mean, I know you're demons, but... I wonder how much of that was deliberate. Especially considering what this game originally was. Yeah, that's cute right there. You like camera angles, right? Oh, there's one for you. Who remembers zip... Oh god, what were they called? The 100 megabyte zip drives? I can't remember what they're called. They were blue. And they looked like thick floppies. And they could hold 100 megs. Which made them better than CDs and faster. But they didn't win. I know those mostly because the office I worked at the time was getting big into that, and they bet heavily on that. So we had a burner and all that fun stuff. What were those called? Someone look that up, please. What were those called? That's gonna bug me. I don't think I need to equip them. Pair of lances that's to be held by the knights who guard the gate. You cannot equip this item. Okay. Was it just zip drives? Okay. My memory was not failing me. Holy crap. Yeah, it sounds about right. This is right before I started doing high school. God damn it, die. Stop going through the walls and get hit by the grenade launcher. Have the lances. Okay. Well, I'm sure this won't be a boss arena. I can hear someone speaking to me inside my mind. Offer a sacrifice to the Coliseum. It shall connect the path to the wheel of destiny. And you'll fight that stupid bird again. For the 3rd time. Roll of 3. I offer this bird as sacrifice. I volunteer this bird as tribute. Hard. Oh god. Oh god. Abuse some iframes for a second. Show me my enemy, please, game, instead of the wall. Again, skippable cutscenes. This is awesome. I think they were in the original. I feel like they were, but I could be wrong about that. I might be thinking of 3. just realized, I hope we won't get copyright for any of the music in these games. Like, we want one. Oh my god. I couldn't even see that attack coming. I'm just gonna shoot with a grenade launcher. Is that cool with you? It's not. No, I'm not sure either. We were fine when we streamed 5, but that was a few years ago, and the environment's changed a little bit. And I've never streamed 4. I don't know. Yeah, you didn't want that wing anyways, right? Like, you weren't using it. Yeah, the time has come, and so have I. You'll laugh last because you came to die. I don't know if a licensed label owns distribution rights to that, so I guess we'll find out. No, don't. Okay, sure. I can't tell where I am. Still can't tell where I am. What, are we playing DMC? Hey, let me take a drink. Hell no. You're on, Crazy Norse. What? And we're dead. Capcom doesn't do the DMCAing. Cycloud. It's never actually the development company. Or the publisher. Yeah, I should have beaten that boss much earlier, but the camera kept screwing me out of figuring out where I was. That sucked. Pretty sure this game predates God of War by several years. I could be wrong about that, though. Not quite, Cycloud. So, let me give you a direct example. I've had my Oblivion review flagged for violating copyright. Not by Bethesda and not by ZeniMax, because neither of those companies own the distribution rights to the music in Oblivion. That's the part that matters. That's the thing I'm getting flagged for. Ah! That's an interesting question, Magister. The answer is no. The official term for this game and about 7,000 other games is hack and slash, which I refuse to use on principle because it's such a generic title. It's right up there with action-adventure, or my personal favorite, immersive sims. So you will never hear me refer to a game as a hack and slash, unless I think it actually deserves to be one. However, side-scroller beat-em-up is actually an industry term. I didn't come up with it. Oh yeah, we can skip cutscenes. Can you grab some health? Because I could really use some right now. Please. That's an interesting question. What would I call a hack and slasher? Other than something like Diablo, obviously. Although, Diablo 1 is pretty much straight up a dungeon crawler. Yeah, I'm not really trying at this point because I'm probably going to die and I can't even tell where I am. There we go. He keeps tracking to his feet, too, even when he's knocked over and his weak point is exposed. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Do I have any healing items? Oh, I do, actually. Yeah, sure, fine. Fine, I'll start trying again. I have no idea when Bayonetta 1 came out. Not even the beginnings of a clue. Oh no, you'll notice I'm not going to give these bosses a negative for sponginess, because they're not. I do think this is not a particularly well-designed boss fight, and that's mostly because of more objective things like the camera, which we've already had several issues with, and the tracking, which we've had several issues with. There you go, Bayonetta was 09. I could see Red Steel being a hack and slash. Sorry.
Yours are definitely the powers of Sparta. Even more so. But I cannot let you live. For I serve my master Mundus.
You can't fight with that wound.
Mighty is the power of Mundus. Master, grant me one last surge of power. The power to finish him.
Triple eyes.
Master Mundus.
It's true, Blow Up Alex. Secretly, this game is too spongy.
You beat him. Maybe it was too easy for you.
Mundus. His heinous ways make me sick, killing even his own, like they were nothing. He's the one that took the life of my mother, my brother, and Shirley. My mother used to always tell me that my father was a man who fought for the people. He had courage and a righteous heart. In the name of my father, I will kill Mundus.
So, if you're wondering why it is we're not really doing much in the way of lore running for DMC 1 specifically, that's why. Like, I mean, the villain is probably one of the most generic villains ever. Oh my god, come on, Dante. No. And I can't land on... Hey, up. Well, yeah, I tend to have a hard time with terrible stages, Pika. I don't know if I agree with that, Zactaft, but all I'll say is that, and we talked about this earlier, simple is not necessarily bad. If I use the word generic, however, what I mean is you have done simple badly. Mundus is generic. It's funny because he's behind so much of the greater lore of the series, as we'll talk about in future games, when it matters, but here he's just... And then we will ask them for 1 million blood. Billion, trillion. Yes. Because that's it. Mundus is just, hi, I'm evil. And you have failed me for the last time. And that's it. There's nothing else there. Okay, so what the hell am I doing wrong here? Okay. I'm not... Okay, whatever. Not gonna question it. We're good. You know, I agree with that, Blue Alex, and that's sad. The King of Avalon shall turn the Wheel of Destiny and take the story to the beginning land. You got the Wheel of Destiny. The wheel turns. Sorry, I can't do Tony J. I wish I had Tony J's voice. I'd do that terrible TNG episode, which you won't get the joke of, Alvadrix. Rank. Terrible! We probably have enough time for one more mission. Actually, getting further than I thought we would today. Unravel the mystery of the Staff of Hermes. Yeah, Tony J. I mean, it's always sucks when we lose someone, but... Man, Tony J was Tony J. I don't know what else to say about that. Mandated health ups. Hold up. Did I already... I guess so, okay. I need to rewatch this speed run sometime. Okay, fine. We won't play. Oh yeah, we'll finish relatively early tomorrow. Not counting how many deaths I'm going to have on the 3rd to last level. Like, once we get to hell, spoilers, it's going to be interesting. Oh man, David Warner. Yeah, that one sucked. Akara. Kind, considerate, forethought, observant, a high wisdom score. She's pretty good at putting pieces together. In fact, I probably haven't gotten it across yet. How many do I need? 2,100. But Akara is probably... Why do you always care about people's age? It's probably one of the only real reasons why anything will happen for good in the rewrite. She puts everything in motion. Anyways, if I have to Google her age, I will, but she is probably at least 40s or 50s. Venerated. Yeah, we lost Kevin Conroy. And I have nothing to add to that. That just sucks. Correct, Casual. Yeah, fresh reminder, screw cancer. Yay, health up. I like to think that Trish is just hanging back with a spotlight, you know, trying to spot us as we go. That's a thing. Actually, I think you're right. I think the Luminite is actually what's lighting us up. Never mind. We have an item that's providing this. I still okay. Trish is following us around with the Luminite. It's like. Whatever she was wearing in the original, or whatever you want to put her in, Evo. shouldn't say don't ask me such questions, because it's actually super valid, too. But the problem is about 90% of the time my answer's going to be just your take on the original. Sorry. I think Cain is one of the only big changes we've made so far. Well, that's not true. Cain and Lazarus. We'll be changing Zoltan Cool a bit when we get there. Do not apologize for asking. You are doing your job, as you should. I am apologizing because the problem is, in the majority of cases, the answer is going to be exactly the same. Chalice does not exist. Or we could make her a mini-boss in Act 5 of D2 and make the players kill her. That's not a bad idea, Cashel. I like that idea, Cashel. Good one. Evo, drop Chalice being horrifically, but don't actually do this. Oh, there are so many rewrites, Ben Wilmot. All the rewrites. There is no problem with Chalice. It's just there's no reason for her to be there. Knocks on the gate to the underworld shall borrow the strength from the blue stone. Hello? I mean, it's not so much Chalice's act as she's kind of irrelevant. Irrelevant's unkind. For the purposes of how we're doing the Diablo rewrite, which is primarily narration through characters, there's not really a lot of reason to have every single NPC have a line, even if they're there. Like, that would completely disrupt the... It wouldn't work at all. The only way to do that would be to completely change how we're doing the rewrite. Which, obviously, we're not doing. Especially when the script's already half done. You want to do it that way? Cool. Do your own rewrite. Covetous Shen will also not be retained. Yeah, that's another thing. There's also some practicality concerns here. I only have so many hours in the day, after all. Every character axed is less work for me, and less work for actors to voice. Plus, we don't have, I don't remember his actor's name, to voice Covetous Shen, and he just does the role too well. We can't replace him. I sincerely doubt that, Lunaru, since Lilith predates Leah by quite a bit. Yeah, Lilith is one of the two people who designed humanity in the Diabloverse, the original, the canonverse. She's completely different in the rewrite, of course, but because that's kind of the point of that. No, Lilith is from, well, D3 primarily. No, it was her and Inarius, the angel, Linarith. What irritates me is the original idea was that Lilith and Inarius fell in love and had children. I don't know how, don't ask me. And that led to the creation of the Nephilim, which were then nerfed into being humanity. Cool. In D3, they retconned that to say that Lilith actually was manipulating Inarius from the beginning, which I don't like. I prefer the idea that they were kind of joint on that, but what the hell do I know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did that so they could have her be the main villain of D4. Although, I guarantee you, Diablo himself is going to replace her somehow at the last minute. Mark my words. Oh god. It only vaguely irritates me that Diablo keeps coming back. Because in lore, he's not that big of a deal, really. The only reason he keeps coming back is because it's his series. Not because of any, reason that makes sense. Hell, in D3 they tried to retcon it so that Diablo was behind everything all along, forever, no reallys. With no explanation or reason other than he's the title character. He's literally the smallest of the primes. Smallest, weakest, lowest ranked, least involved. Oh yeah, and least smart while we're on the subject. Now Mephisto, that's the guy that should be behind everything. He's been forgotten since D2, though. I've not reviewed D3 yet, but Diablo Block will actually be a series we'll be reviewing probably in a few months at this point. This is the entrance. Probably Lunarith. But if you want to refresh yourself on the lore, the Diablo lore run is one of my better ones, I think. Although, I've actually been thinking about it recently. I think all my Blizzard lore runs are pretty good. I mean, there's only 3, but still. Correct, Lunarith. I've done a StarCraft lore run, a Warcraft lore run, and a Diablo lore run. Oh yeah, here's the Hearthstone lore run. Don't play it. Here's the Storm lore run. What lore? And here's the Overwatch lore run. You know, it could have been a good game. There you go. Done. No. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's true, Blow up, Alex. So remind me who Jazrith is, Evo. Summoner. Ah, okay. So he's older than Kain, but not by much, so let's just say same age. Let's see, does he have a personality? His personality is that he's lost and doesn't know what to do for this particular section of the game. Looks like I just leave. Let's just leave. Let's just see what happens. See, in my mind, Jazrith is what I think of as a typical Haradrim. The problem is, you now want me to describe what that means. Overall, well-meaning, ultimately, a bit too arrogant for his own good. Thinks he's the premier source of magic and magery amongst humanity. Wants to help people, is probably more angelically aligned than demonically aligned. Powerful mage. In fact, the only reason, and this is something that I'm not sure people are going to pick up on, but the only reason that that Aiden and Kain are able to get as far down into... there's the damn thing. into the monastery as they are is because Jezrith kind of cleared the way for them. Died in the process, but sure. You suck. No, he's dead. He's turbo dead, Magister. He was moited. Succumbed to his wounds. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will defeat Devil May Cry 1. And see exactly how this reviews. Hope to see you there.